You two should introduce yourselves, I guess.
Okay.
All right. I'm New Age of Power. I've done this
Oh,
tournament. I've hosted this tournament before.
is the stream on right now?
I think so. Should be.
Okay. All right.
Yeah,
I
I'm
am
looking for it on
Piraeus.
Saris's chat channel. There we go. Let me send this link. Spam it out to general.
Actually, funnily enough, this isn't my channel. It's just where the tournaments are, so I just continued hosting on it. Specifically, when the newer version comes out, I will be hosting the
Creating
streams on my actual channel, which is different.
The new version of
Apaguchi's
what?
channel, right?
No, this is Apaguchi's channel. My own channel is
Yeah.
different.
hmm
Did you
You
introduce
know, I was
yourself,
trying to remember. I was
Piraeus?
trying to remember the name of the guy who hosted these tournaments in the past. Apaguchi. Huh.
No, that's someone I'm related to. Orb and Memories are the previous hosts, I think.
Memories 2, I think, was the main one, but Apaguchi helped him out a lot, right?
Uh, not really, actually.
No, I think Apaguchi is just helping out Saris. Yeah.
Apaguchi helped me out a few times, and I helped out Memories a few times, but mostly it's just been me.
Hmm. Oh, anyways, for introductions, now that the stream is on, my name is Piraeus. I have helped Saris cast these tournaments a few times, participated in quite a few myself as well, and it's been a year and a half since I've, 2 years actually, since I've played the game, so glad to be back.
Don't join the game early, Juno. We can all see you. It's very embarrassing. And it's just gonna be there until the first match starts, so we all get to stare at you joining early.
Yeah, I've only been around for what is it, like 3 years now, maybe, in Cosmoteer?
Only 3 years.
Only 3 years now. So that's why I don't know Piraeus very well.
I think that Piraeus precedes both of us, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah.
Hmm. I wonder if this channel will record when my oldest message was. That was in 2018 February, I think.
Huh.
Yep, yep. Oh goodness gracious, I just found the first ship I ever posted. What an ugly piece of garbage.
Cringe. uh, that's funny.
Well, as my friend Jake once said, the first part of being good at something is sucking at something.
Words to the
Indeed.
wise.
Indeed.
I remember that I just bothered people to paint my ships.
So, here we have Yari, also known as Jun Zero, and Wasureta, and a dozen different names. He will be paired with Amistad, and they will be facing Slowking and Space Cat.
Jun Zero? I thought it was Juno.
Uh, uh, this guy
When
changes his name too often.
Well,
when they
yeah,
first
but like,
joined, it was Juno, but then they changed it at some point to a programming joke, I presume. Function June sending variable 0.
uh, look, I'm not gonna say your whole thing every time. I'm just gonna call you Juno.
You know. Uh,
So I remember Juno. They just joined more or less when I stopped playing, but Amistad is new to my eyes.
Oh, Juno is one of the stronger players right now. He's uh pretty good actually. A bit below Gog and Pine, but he's one of the few players that have mastered nuke orbiter rolling.
Well, then this will be a very spicy matchup, especially since their opponents are Slowking and Space Cat, two old names, and Slowking definitely has a couple of tournaments under his belt.
Oh, I haven't seen Slowking around recently. Uh,
Yeah,
my
maybe.
strongest memory of him is him and in a free for all, him and Sputnik slash Timmy trying to 2v1 me and then calling me a a cheesy kiter after I after I beat them both in a 2v1, in a free for all. So that's my strongest memory of Slowking.
Fighters
Uh,
tend to be pretty polarizing crafts. You love them when you're piloting them, you hate them when you're trying to chase them down.
I wasn't playing with Kiter. He was just not fast enough, I guess.
Well, such is the life.
And
But yeah, Slowking, he's pretty young, I think. I think he is just entering high school soon, actually.
yeah, I think the whole most of the Fort Clan players are pretty young. Um, former Gustav's clan.
For reference,
Space Cat is
the Fort Clan was
Space Cat
something.
is one of the strong. Go on, Saris.
Okay,
Go ahead.
the Fort Clan, as probably most people are unaware, was the idea of clans in Cosmoteer that would have like clan wars and recruit players. And there was only one that existed, and it taught newer players, and it was called the Fort Clan. It's since been disbanded, but a lot of the players in it learned a lot, such as Slowking, and they're more respectable for it. But most people wouldn't know because it's been disbanded for a long time.
Disbanded because Gustav stopped playing.
Yeah.
A variety of reasons. It just wouldn't work as a clan because there wasn't enough players yet. Many people weren't sold on the idea of clans yet. Gustav was kind of tired of the game, wanted to move on because he just kind of got good, and there was what probably wasn't enough players that could actually play against him at the
Hmm.
time. I think he'd enjoy coming back,
Probably
given that there's now stronger players than ever, but it's also fair to like wait till the release.
reminds me of Dallas from the really old days.
Precedes all of us.
I mean, if you look
Precedes
at it,
even me.
all the strongest players tend to have moved on. Like what is it? Vilda and Quix are busy playing MMOs. Uh, One Eye, Equalizer, and Knopf are playing from the depths. And like all the strongest players, once they've achieved what you can achieve in the game, tend to play a lot less often.
Unfortunately, once you get to like a high enough skill level, it turns into rock, paper, scissors, where you have like an entire armament of rocks and papers and scissors. And then it's not so much like matches as it is like, did I bring the right ship and I win this match? Because, um, in the no matter what you do, how you pilot in rock, paper, scissors, the rock's gonna win.
Yeah, if you both pilot 90% correctly if you both pilot correctly, um, the rock will win, right? Like if you get rammed by an ion orbiter, you will die, right? Like if you know what I mean. This is although back before ship preview on became the norm, um, a lot of people would just play generalists, right, and then became a piloting skill matchup.
Personally, that's why I am a fan of having no preview. Because when
No, no,
people
I'm
play
saying
with the
when preview
mindset of
was
ship, yes, I
yeah,
remember.
yeah,
But
people play generalists. Now people play specialists. You know,
exactly. And people approach the specialist from the mindset of having a ship archetype. I want this ship to have railguns. All right, it's going to be a railfan, the best railfan that was ever built. They become hyper specialized to the point where it is rock, paper, scissors. If you don't get the matchup where your ship is good in, then you fail.
I mean, so
Well, let me
all
explain my.
the generalists are also, in your point of view, specialists in that case because they're all using weapons they're all focused around one idea. Even generalists before strip preview came on, it was just that it was just that that their archetypes had to be more stable, I should say. You know, they were less niches and less hard counters, but they were all focused around, you know, rail fans being TB rail fans, missile, you know, like ion orbiters being ion orbiters, right? Like there's no I have cannons and ions. That does not happen in competitive ships, you know.
I can
It
explain
looks
my
like everyone
reason.
is ready.
Like preview
Go ahead.
on, it does make it so it takes longer and it does like cause counters to exist. But if everybody can see what the other's doing, then you won't intentionally pick scissors into rock, which can accidentally happen with preview off. That way,
Yeah, you won't
hopefully,
auto lose because you brought a ship that's in the wrong matchup.
yeah,
You
then
know.
everybody brings rocks and I think it's a better match for it. Okay.
So
Um,
here we have on the left side Amistad with his rail flyby rail barge orbiter thing, and Juno with his slash ERA with his nuke orbiter. And on the right side we have Space Cat with a flak missile barge, fast but still a barge with only 6 engine blocks, and TB Rail for Slow King. Now TB Rail is probably the strongest matchup in the game right now. Strongest overall, one of the most strongest ship types in the game.
So, six. A total of 6 tractor beams on that TB rail, which is extraordinarily power hungry. I am interested to see if it's worth it. And
Six
that,
can be fed with large reactors.
mm,
Yeah, you
but the
can't be
power use scales with proximity.
yeah. Well, no. Power use it does not scale with proximity, but power transfer efficiency scales with proximity. I would prefer to
Mm.
directly connect a large reactor to at least 2 tractor beams in my personal designs. But there's I guess Slow King thought it looks better this way. I'm not sure.
oh, we already have
Oh, you
combat.
mean the power use of the tractor beam? Yes,
Yes.
that happens. Increased proximity.
Slow King brought a little microfighter as well, and it's now messing with Amistad's nuke. Well, not nuke, sorry. Got the
So
wrong ship. So this
so
railgun.
it worked because
Yeah,
Juno just dumped his entire nuke alpha onto a tiny squib. Uh,
It's gonna have a
the
bad
squib
day
archetype
though.
was actually invented by oh my god, the fragments that got hit by the nukes triggered the explosion to damage damage Amistad.
that was a truly
Potentially,
wonderful play.
potentially that could have killed Amistad.
It would have taken out at least one bank of his rails, but luckily he still has all of his armaments.
Luckily, it was
Anyways,
only a few
Juno.
fragments.
Ooh,
Ooh,
So Juno, without his nuke, couldn't did not was not able to roll nukes into someone's face.
but he
And
just loaded up a new volley.
yeah, but it's very important to roll at the correct time.
Slow King is doing a very good job of spinning around to try and make sure he's not getting flanked, that he's able to engage both targets.
So with a nuke orbiter, your armor is how much lifespan you have left to perform rolls, right? And nope, he's preparing for a roll now. This is not perfectly timed, so the nukes won't all land in the same spot. But hey, it's still nukes, you know, still dangerous. Yeah.
good roll to mitigate damage on Soul King's
Mm.
part.
Juno's armor is starting to get punched through right there on its bottom corner.
Yep, he should flip sides.
Oh,
Uh,
but check that out. While I wasn't looking, Slow King lost a whole bank of engines.
I don't
yep.
think he has a
He's
control room
completely
either.
unarmored to the rear, so Amistad was able to backstab.
And he lost his control room. Slow King is now out of the fight. It's down to Space Cat.
So Phalanx can stop nukes, but it depends on their velocity, relative velocity. It looks like
Yeah.
he's able to face tank this entire batch. However, my new concern is how many. He's not piloting a fast ship, and missile orbiters in general, can dodge a huge amount of missiles. Look at this: half of Luke's missiles are just missing. Half his DPS are just shooting into the air. And while this is going on, Amistad is lining up.
Space Cat needs to be keeping a good forward momentum to try and get out of Amistad's firing lane, but Amistad is just too fast. He can get the angle no matter what.
Yeah, he's running an orbiter. They're both running orbiter builds, so they both have the initiative.
Oh,
That's
but
funny. These tractor beams are actually dragging down Juno.
I just love Space Cat's designs. They're always so aesthetic.
Yeah, they are. He has good paint too. Really good paint. I mean,
Perhaps if this design was in my hands, I would have done a little bit more forward armament besides flak, maybe a few cannons as well to take advantage of the ammo factories.
the problem is
But
in speed meta, unless your ship is like above at least 90 meters per second cruise speed, uh, turret weapons that are not railguns, ions, or missiles, are pretty much worthless. Or if you're not super fast, you
oh,
need to be running those.
yeah, trust me, I'm very familiar with speed meta.
Oh, we have these nukes incoming again. Space Cat is not able to dodge them, so he'll present flax. Unfortunately, this wave is coming in much faster than before, so he eats 2 hits.
He wasn't able to turn around quite quickly enough to bring all those flak to bear, but luckily the damage seemed pretty minimal to his front side.
Yep, 2 nukes can be stopped with shields, so he just loses a little bit of armor.
Oh, Space Cat needs to be careful here. If he turns a little too overzealously, then he exposes his engines again to Amistad. I do not envy this position he's in right now.
Yeah,
There
this
it
is
is. The
a
one big
match.
reactor was taken out. I believe that'll be the first match going over to Amistad and
Is this
Juno.
do we have a losers bracket, or is this just elimination for them?
This is best 2 out of 3, so there's still 1 or 2 more matches after this.
Gotcha.
So the
Single
players
bracket.
will be able to repick their ships going into match 2,
Yes,
so
they
they
can
might try to
change their
adapt their
armaments.
strategy. So I was informed by Immortal on the run-up to this that point defense got buffed, but to the point of being a little bit overpowered.
It's not
And that
Yes,
must
overpowered.
explain
It's
why
not
I'm seeing a
overpowered.
whole... Okay.
It's
Okay.
it's
incredibly
extremely powerful,
divisive. Everybody's kind of upset about it, and
but it's not
everyone's like
uncounterable.
has strong opinions on it. And if someone tells you it's overpowered, they're incredibly biased.
It's not.
Hmm.
I think it's overpowered, but it's not uncounterable. It is first of all, it doesn't do anything versus heavy lasers or energy EBs. Secondly, mass PD will always aim at the same target. So if you fire, let's say, a missile or EMP missile at the same time you're firing like railguns or something, one of those is gonna leak through, right? They're pretty fragile too. This is why in modern setups you will see shields over the PD. I guess Amistad didn't because he's relying on his speed as a tank and also probably budget reasons. But yeah, 150k in point defense can stop like more than 500,000 in more than 800k in missiles. So,
Hmm.
so that's why a lot of people think it's overpowered. It's it's not
I mean,
uncounterable, but
a
it's
similar investment in flak will also have... it'll be
black
very
takes
suppressive.
skill because you have to aim the flat cones correctly. Um,
True.
it actually takes skill, and it's a lot more massive because a cluster of point defense and the storage is a lot more lightweight than a bunch of flaks in their ammo factories.
Consider also that a flak battery can be easier to defend than a wall of PD, because in order to get to the same effect, that entire flank of Amistad's ship had to be undefended.
No, Amistad, you can shield over point defenses. Uh, I mean, you can bury flax deeply, but then that costs you surface area, so you can squeeze less flax into a given area, right? A lot of flak walls are limited to about 18 flax. I mean, I've been talking with people who run flak walls, and it's yeah, they have to trade off between shielding over the flax and armor or between the flax. Meanwhile, point defense, you can put shields under, and it'll protect the you protect if you look at modern PD ion walls, Amistad cut shields because his job is not to tank. I guess his job is to backstab and budget. Shields are very expensive, but you can protect point defenses pretty deeply.
But probably is much easier considering that it's exactly one block deep instead of 5 with flak.
Yeah, black you
This,
cannot protect with shields underneath. You can only protect with shields to the side,
hmm
thanks to exclusion zone actually. And point defense, you can protect it, the shield, and the crew. If you look at some Quiximo's builds, that's what he does. He puts the shield underneath the underneath crew and the storage and the PD.
Right, so the players have changed up their picks a little bit, except for Amistad. He's still using the same run PD rail orbiter. So we've got a nuke orbiter out of Juno with a couple of microfighters.
And
And
it's actually a hybrid orbiter. It has missiles too. But I don't like this from him. It has the armoring is too thin. I've killed him multiple times, telling him that this armor is too thin. You need to. Uh, Luckily
I
for
see
him,
what you mean there. On the that leg of armor between the front and the side, that does look a little bit thin. We'll see how it
luckily
fares.
he's not facing railguns. Space Cat is actually a pretty good wall pilot. Uh, and with walls, it doesn't have walls don't suffer as much from not having crew management. So
I
it's
dare
pretty
say that Space Cat is the best heavy wall designer and pilot. It's what they've been doing for years and
maybe
years.
years ago, but like nowadays, the strongest wall pilots are probably well, let me not go into this. So Slow King, box of armor.
Oh, this is a
That
man after
is
my own heart. Look at that armor. Look at those missiles. Oh, it makes me happy.
so. Luckily, he's not facing tractors
Oh,
or
and while I wasn't looking, Amistad already lost an entire bank of point defense.
Black absolutely
now we're
shreds point
watching.
defense.
Juno still has not loaded all his nukes, but he's gonna try to backstab Luke anyways.
Space Cat porting quite a few point defense on the backside of his own wall. And, ooh, we'll see if these nukes are able to catch his backside, however.
So Luke is
Is
able.
Luke
It looks like he's able to dodge. Um, Space Cat slash Luke. People keep changing their names so often, man.
Yeah, I just realized that, I possibly called them Luke without even realizing it.
Yeah, but people who have played Cosmoteer will know who you're talking about.
Mm,
So,
just because they've been around a
Space
long
Cat
time.
has lost a lot of velocity. The second half wave of nukes might be able to connect with him now that he rammed Amistad.
So this is an interesting
Ramming
bit of tech
only two
here.
nukes, three nukes
The, the flying
for
box
him.
of armor. I'm sorry, I'm talking over you. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, you go ahead.
I was just commenting on this interesting bit of tech here on Slow King's flying box of armor has those little armor struts to try and catch people and swing them around.
Normally this is almost all fast ships that are not walls. Well, and some walls will have hooks, ramming hooks. You'll see this on my missile orbiters, Vilda's missile orbiters, because it makes ram locking your opponent a lot easier. You can ram lock with just a flat surface, but that takes a lot more piloting skill. So Amistad has fallen, and Juno is trying to to kill Luke.
Yeah, Juno now in the same position as Space Cat was last match, one that I do not envy, trying to fend off two players at once.
Well,
But his
he's
movement's
fast
kind of
enough
restricted.
that I think he actually has a much better chance than Luke because speed meta. However, his armor face is almost penetrated in multiple spots actually. So
I
he
was afraid that the minefield that Juno flew through would be significantly damaging, but it peppered a bit of damage over a wide area. It wasn't really
so
that devastating.
so mines do more damage the faster you go through them. Uh,
Yes.
yeah, if you fly through a minefield very slowly, it will basically do almost no damage. But if you fly through a minefield at 100 meters per second, then you will lose.
You
You
will
will
catch
probably
every
lose your
bullet.
ship. So that was a good roll from Juno, but not all of his nukes launchers were loaded. He's also suffering attrition. Some of his nuke launchers are getting bled off by missile hits from Slow King. That was a very good roll. He got almost all his nukes down the same hole.
Space Cat's playing a dangerous game right here because a significant part of his front side has been destroyed and one of his reactors is nearly exposed. In fact, his ship is nearly cut in half. So he's going to have to tread a fine line between turning to his backside
A lot
to
of
try
modern
and block
walls
missiles
are
with his
designed to
PD.
be able to fight as splitters once once they've been or almost fight as splitters once they have had the central reactor lost. But
Indeed, because they were
but
so
space
modular.
but Space Cats is not that kind of design.
Nope. It's like I'm saying, it's more of his classic heavy wall design where it's all one continuous ship. Even before um, crew behavior was added into the game and
So
that
this
fixed
is
all the problems with
I dislike
crew AI.
Juno designing roll now because he only has 3 nukes loaded. Uh, and that exposing your back, like uh, when you roll nukes, you have to expose your back on this kind of linear orbiter. Those 2 hits do significantly cut Space Cat's maneuvering.
The issue I
He's
see
running out of rod though.
The issue I see here is even if Juno like successfully defeats Space Cat, he's never gonna be able to get through the armor of Slowking, and Slowking won't let him get
So,
behind him either.
so he's actually significantly fast. He's probably like he's actually fast enough that I think he can get behind Slowking. The problem is the mines. When you're trying to get behind Slowking, you're gonna have to be cruising at at least 90ish, and his armor doesn't look very healthy anymore. I don't think he'll I don't think he'll live very long if he rolls behind Slowking.
So at 5 minutes, we're halfway through the match time, and the Ring of Death is closing in. It'll be interesting to see if the match goes to that, and it's down to the Ring of Death, forcing these players together.
So this is good from Slowking, tanking the nukes on his frontal armor face and rolling his ship. Because this depth of armor can actually be penetrated with uh if the opponent if their nuke orbiter uh puts all the nukes in a single line. The mines are now costing Juno significant components. He's already lost. He's probably gonna lose the engine block.
Hopefully he has fire extinguishers too.
I hear the fire extinguishing going on, but it's burning down faster than he's able to put down the fires. At least no nuke factories are on fire because that would be devastating. All right, this is the moment. If this nuke cell was unable to do decisive damage, I think that Juno's not is dead.
No, there's no way they can punch through that much armor.
If they all lined up, I've seen it punch through extremely thick blocks of armor.
Saris, do you remember Project Sundial?
Yes.
From OEM.
Oh gosh, that thing was.
I think
Oh,
everyone
that
remembers
was
that ship.
that was the best exploit I have ever seen in this game.
I'm glad that nukes don't need to be exploited to be effective anymore.
They seem to be in a good state from what I am seeing of them. When they were first released, nobody used them. It was impossible to get them to land on a target, except if you were using a bomber.
It's sad that you can't. It's sad that you can't use what is it? You can't use spin forts anymore. Nuke spinner forts.
Oh gosh, no, those things were awful. I remember casting for that tournament when nuke flinging was at its peak. It was a ridiculous tournament.
I don't mean long range nuke fling. I mean like just mobile spinner forts.
Yeah,
Armed
but
with
mobile
nukes.
splinter forts worked on the same principle.
Oh, well,
Yeah, but
based
once
on the
wall
new
limited the
targeting,
range, they weren't that overpowered anymore.
I think they work a lot less effectively given their new homing mechanics as well.
They don't work at all now thanks to their mechanics. They just miss the nukes. Psycho's actually tried to build a MSF type that flings the nuke in the opposite direction of the of the spin, so that the spin reduces the momentum of the nuke to try to get them to hit, and it works sometimes.
Ooh, that was an excellent dodge.
Space Cat is dancing on a knife edge, missing nuke salvos just by a hair, catching missiles with his shields and with the thin strips of armor still left on his flanks. This is so tense
I
watching
mean,
him
even
not
if
die.
Luke dies, uh, he's still good because of because
Well, yes.
Slowking, as long as Slowking keeps his keeps rolling his ship correctly, uh, like they can't lose anymore because Juno's he's in this lose-lose situation. If he travels slowly, he gets pelted with huge amounts of missiles. If he travels fast, he eats a gigantic amount of mine damage.
Oh, certainly. This match is probably going to go to a round 3, but I'm just curious to see if Space Cat will live to the end or not.
Ah,
Juno, for his part, has done a similarly great job of, well, not dying, considering he has a huge gap in his armor now and half health on a large reactor, but he's still not dead in a 2v1 situation.
I mean, speed ship versus crippled, not as fast ship. Both neither side are speed. Neither Luke or Slowking are running the fastest ships, and Juno is running an pretty fast ship.
This is true, showing the advantage of speed. He can engage and disengage whenever he wants.
And projectiles just miss because you're traveling so fast that look at this missile stream.
Oh
It's like
yeah.
I would
I
say
trust me, I know. Saris can tell you all about my struggles.
something like 70%, 80% of Slowking's non-mine DPS has just missed.
Getting caught right there. I wonder, is that going to be the end of Juno? It'll
That
take
tap
him a
was
bit to stop
definitely
spinning.
problematic.
No, he's stuck again. That's it. That's going to be the end.
Nuke factories going off. He still has 2 nuke facts remaining.
No, those missiles are coming around, so they'll punch through the other side of his armor.
Missile away can get really derpy at close range.
At this point, if Slowking wanted to, he could just keep pushing him outside of the rod, since Space Cat can just stay behind.
Oh man, if those nukes seeked better. But no, their homing behavior is pretty they've done a full 360 now around Slowking. These 2 nukes. Yeah.
They can't turn that quickly.
And they're
Nonetheless,
just
an absolutely valiant effort by Juno, and we're moving it around 3.
yeah, he almost killed Luke while while fighting Slowking.
All right, so take your ships, participants.
Nope, not yet. Get out.
One more
What
person
happened?
has joined.
Someone joins that they weren't supposed to be here yet. And they know they're not supposed to be here yet.
Don't make Papa Saris put you in timeout.
I already
Wow.
put him in timeout. Kicked him.
Oh,
Seems like there's something of a stalemate between the two teams. They should figure it out.
I mean, it's their last chance for one of them to advance. So they're gonna be delicate about their picks.
It's only somewhat high
Are they allowed
stakes.
to are they allowed to give each other their ships? Or they can only use ships that they worked on both together?
There's no way to confirm it or deconfirm it if they lie about it, so it's honor code as it always is. But it's okay for them to use ships that they made by themselves.
Hello?
Hello? You can hear
Okay.
me, right?
Yep, I can hear you now.
I've been speaking, so...
Hmm.
Okay, to be clear, it's okay if players use ships they built themselves, because there's no way to confirm that they built it with friends or not.
Gotcha.
There's no rule specifically against it either, correct?
Yeah. Because if there was, it's like impossible to enforce, so there's no point.
Hmm.
Personally, I think it's funny. Orchid Flower Power. What a name from Space Cat. I love that.
It looks like a another black missile barge.
I'm here for it.
It is a pretty cool shape.
All right.
So Juno is running his experimental black missile orbiter. Amistad is running Juno's old hybrid or hybrid nuke missile orbiter. King is running what is this 36 huge thruster build on 2500 tons. This probably goes beyond 120 130 orbital speed. And
Even though Juno switched ships at kind of the last second to probably try and counterpick Slowking, I think the ship he picked loses to Space Cat, so he might have actually shot himself in the foot when he switched at the last second.
Consider
well,
also that despite
a lot
having
faster than Space Cat. So even though Space Cat had, yeah, I don't think Space Cat actually counters him.
But
It,
consider also that for a 1.5 million credit ship, that is a lot of flack on Juno's experiments, but still only has 12 offensive launchers.
yeah, Flax are actually decent weapons. They just have a problem focusing fire.
Yeah,
So
see,
if
en
you can
masse, of
ram them,
course, anything will
you'll
do.
eventually chew through.
Yeah, en masse, anything will do damage, but flak is pretty inefficient as an offensive weapon.
No, it's a lot better than PD, EMP, EB. I mean, it's not heavy lasers or cannons, but its DPS weight ratio DPS cost ratio is actually pretty. It's not bad, you know. I think it's better than long rails actually.
Hmm.
The DPS
Well,
cost ratio.
not quite a fair comparison, I would say, considering that, Electrobolters PD, they aren't meant to be direct offense weapons, and the long
I
rails are
also
more for
mentioned long
burst
rails,
damage.
which are definitely supposed to be offensive weapons.
Of course, all this flak on Juno's ship completely counters the mines that Slowking is trying to lay. But that's on
Right,
the south
came out
side
of
of
my
3B.
pocket.
On the north side, we have
Thank you.
a lot of missiles getting slung back and forth, half of which have already been
What?
blown off of Space Cat's ship. He must have had trouble spinning around to block an incoming volley from Amistad while I wasn't looking.
Yeah, he's not his power
Very
supply is
cool.
also heavily damaged, so he's barely able to get any of his launchers actually working because his factories are not receiving power.
Oh, you're right. The moving walkways have been mostly destroyed.
Yeah. So he's luckily Space Cat is the kind of player to put doors everywhere. So he's getting some power, but it's just a trickle because of the slow walk speed through a corridor and I mean through a structure and rooms.
Meanwhile, on the south side of the arena, there's a little bit of a wet noodle fight going on. A lot of the missiles are getting either intercepted by flak or caught by armor. Not too much lasting
So
damage getting put
Amistad did
onto
not roll his
either.
ship correctly, and
Hmm.
his result is taking a lot of rear damage, and half his nukes did not launch.
Oh,
This is
gosh.
why I dislike playing with ships that you, that you haven't piloted before. Yeah, he's just not with a nuke orbiter. You need to roll. You can't just tilt to the side and try to fly away. That doesn't work.
Looks like Amistad attempted another roll right there, but was already out of range.
Yeah, nukes are very sensitive. So, uh, Slowking has dodged almost as many missiles as Juno has shot down because of his speed, his incredible speed. If he's not turning, I bet his cruise speed is above 120. He finally eats a few missiles and has a breach in his armor. This is very dangerous because he uses the armor shell as his primary structural uh, system. Some of my orbiters actually do the same thing. And the problem with this design is when you're penetrated on the side, uh, on both sides, your ship just falls apart.
Hmm. Just a few seconds ago, Space Cat lost his large reactor. I think that knocks him out of the fight.
Theoretically, if Slogan pilots perfectly, he can win this, but he's already taking a significant amount of damage.
Yeah, I don't think Slowking has enough armor left in his shell to protect himself against both of his opponents.
I mean, so at his speed, he can just 100% dodge nukes. There's no chance of getting hit if you pilot correctly.
Perhaps, but we're now in the opposite situation from the second match. It's now going to be Slowking with speed advantage trying to eke out a 2v1.
Yeah.
So we'll see how it turns out.
The issue is any mistake will probably get him killed.
Exactly.
Any
Just like with
mistake.
Juno last time.
If we had Nord or Nord piloting this, he would probably win, but he's not here, so
Oh, there's no need to berate our current contestants.
oh, that ram cost him almost all his speed. He's trying to spin back out of it. He's held together by two structural pieces. One
Juno's
piece of
fixed on the
structure
beak,
remaining.
hanging on by a thread.
Yeah, he's held together by a piece of structure with 54 hit points on it.
Yeah, I see it.
Ouch. Amistad has lost a nuke factory cluster.
Oh, this is probably not going to be a very good contact for Slowking.
Yeah, you do not want to ram, especially with that thin armor face. I mean,
A
he's
lot of
desperately
missiles going to
trying to
connect
keep the.
here,
Nope,
and
his ship
now,
has broken apart.
yep, Slowking has been cut in half. The piece with missiles is without any propulsion or even a control room, so nor any way to reverse or strafe.
I mean, with orbiters,
Yeah,
if you don't want to ram, you just fly at a different angle.
yeah, such is the plan, but that also means it's impossible to maneuver in a situation like that. Has no
Once you're
option
ram
except to
blocked,
just
it's
keep
very
going
hard to get
forward
out of
and
the
hope
ram
you
block,
spin
though.
off.
Yeah.
All right. So the first match is going to go to Juno and Slowking. Wait, what? I said that wrong. Juno and Amistad. Sorry about that.
All right. Congratulations to Juno and Amistad.
Congratulations.
They're gonna make him. They're gonna. Luke's gonna make him. Make Juno manually kill him.
Oh yeah, I suppose there is still a control room not powered, but still on that old husk.
Yeah. As you can see, the flax are chewing through the side very quickly. They're viable as a
Hello.
weapon,
Hmm.
especially in speed meta because they're hit scan. So just no dodging the projectile. They're actually one of the stronger weapons because in speed meta. Once again, congratulations to Juno and Amistad for winning your first round. I will be right back.
So before the tournament started, Immortal informed us that he was going to be late. Don't know where they are right now, so it's possible that this match might have to get delayed.
I am back. Let me check the bracket. Now we have Piraeus and Immortal. No, Emperor Metatron versus B-Log and
INC.
uh these guys. Where is where's Emperor Metatron? Let me ping him.
Wait, Emperor Metatron is
Uh
their name instead of
yeah,
Immortal or whatever that special character soup is?
I'm using their name in game in Cosmo. Yeah, his Discord name is a little bit different.
All right, so it does look like Immortal is still not present, or Emperor
Nice.
Metatron.
At 12:56, he said he's going to be late. He said 30 to 40 minutes late. It has now been 40 minutes. We're not going to DQ you because he's on the team with you. So I guess it's Cosmoteer and Polar versus Gaxian and ZQE. All right, I guess I'll do some building while we wait.
Yep, still waiting on Cosmoteer.
Not a fan of these character soup type gentlemen that don't have like actual characters. It makes it harder to ping them. And then you can't like pronounce whatever symbols they're using. They always go by like an actual name. It's like, why not just use that?
Yeah, I was quite surprised when I was
I wasn't talking to
there
you.
and I thought, why is SA not working? Turns out they're special characters.
Yup,
Yeah.
which is why I wanted to do this alone.
I ended up just
Or
copy
be
pasting
alone.
their actual Discord name into a notepad so I can just paste. Yeah, Space Cat just mentioned in the Discord chat that 2v2 is very good. It loosens up the meta. I think so too. It was interesting to watch.
I think it's actually kind of bad because well, we'll see. But
Why do you
I
think
think
so?
it also has its downsides too. Yeah,
How
we'll
so?
see. I think the 1.5 mil ships cannot withstand heavily alpha focused uh cannot withstand the firepower of two heavily alpha focused 1.5 mil ships. It's just not survivable, the damage output.
Yes and no. It
Yeah,
depends on how fragile the ships are designed to be, how much alpha they're designed to put out themselves. Because if it's whoever gets the volley off first wins, then of course it'll be boring to watch. One ship will get deleted, the other one will fly around trying to survive for the next 5 minutes.
yeah.
Probably going to have another tournament eventually, Sarah says. I sure hope so. That was exactly why I, started playing this game as much as I did, is because the tournaments are really motivating.
Yeah, they're the best part, I think, of oh, there's so much activity going on whenever there's a tournament.
Agreed. Yeah, the biggest reason why I stopped playing myself is because the tournament stopped.
Mm,
Oh, Gaxian and Zikui both have identical missile orbiters of their own.
yeah. So these are using the alpha focused uh two
And
high explosive factory boosted by one cam 2 plus 50% high explosive factories feeding 6 launchers. They run out pretty quickly. But if you're going fast, you won't be in range that long anyways, depending on how you're piloting, of course.
so you can take advantage of the burst fire. And on
Yeah.
the other side, we have Cosmopeer and Polar Bear both using identical TB rails.
So
So,
TB TB rails are extremely strong in this meta. Um, they're probably the strongest, most commonly piloted ship type, due to their ability to deny being rammed, control the opponent's facing, and if the opponent pilots wrong, just instantly kill them with a burst from their rails. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. They're using the standard equalizer +7 configuration, +7 mixed with +8. So they're
an
not quite
equalizer.
max range, but they're close.
Mm.
Very offensive rail builds tend to use more engine blocks and have lots more short rails, so they have a higher burst but lower
Oh,
firepower. And
goodness.
Cosmoteer is piloting into Polar Bear's firing arc, and he's exposing his rear. Ouch!
This could probably be a fatal blunder right
He's about
here.
to
That
die.
large
Yep.
reactor's gone, and it chain reacts, takes out the entire half of his ship. Yeah,
So,
Cosmopeer is
uh,
already.
Polar Bear still has a chance, but this is gonna be brutally hard now.
Cosmopeer is still kind of in the game. He has one control room remaining, but this is going to be extremely tough for him to contribute at all with barely any thrusters.
I mean, he still has 3 rails, but they're not gonna drill through their front side, and so Polar Bear fired a little bit early. I would have waited until the backside was more presented.
We will see if
If he
Polar Bear
fired
will be
now,
able to
he would.
swing around and get a hit off.
Yeah, if he was
And
able to fire now, he would just one shot ZQ.
Cosmoteer is now officially out of the fight. Last control room is down.
So Polar Bear
Oh,
has successfully completed the TB uh
he's
TB
completed the
maneuver.
objective.
Yeah, he one shot. This is the power of TB rail. If the opponent, if you're able to force the opponent to present a bad facing, you can get around their backside, and then just kill them. You know. And
Kiwi
Gaxian
still
has overturned, but Polar Bear shot his load a little early, and he has one chance left. He's literally about to die. This is why I don't like ships with only one layer of armor in their rear. Missiles are just too common.
it's a very significant weakness, and in this case, taking out Zakui's control room and reactor doesn't necessarily eliminate the zombie ship
Missiles.
left behind.
Yeah, it doesn't limit the missiles. But if he wins the control room, he wins the game because Polar has lost his. I mean, ZQ has lost his control room too. I don't think he's gonna get around the back.
Polar Bear is still just barely hanging on. He still has his control room.
Missile stream. Wow, that reactor is still alive. Up, he lost control room first. Good game.
Good game. Man, that was fast and brutal. All right, let's see how it turns out with round number 2.
Yeah. I like their ships more. I think their ships are pretty good if they were for 1v1, but their armor rating is just too thick for just too thin for.
Emperor. Huh, what a name. I cannot
Alright,
read that.
that's your partner, Metatron.
That's my
Yeah.
partner. Oh, goodness. It's hard to read both of his names.
Yeah. We just call him Metatron. Terratron. Nah, he changes it sometimes too. So yeah, one layer of armor might be okay in a 1v1. I don't think so too. I think even 3 armor sometimes gets you killed against rail traps. But it clearly was not able to stop the missile stream from these two guys. So the interesting thing is that ZQ and Gaxian have chosen a 6 engine block architecture wide frame, but as a result, they were not able to resist the tractor beam force, and they were forcibly turned. And he almost got Polar almost 2v1 them. You know, you saw right, like at the end there,
Yes.
he almost 2v1 them. You know, if he didn't fire too early, he would have been able to win. And you know, if they take some of their front armor off, their humongous amount of front armor off, and put it on the back, I think they could have done this.
So it looks like from here in the previous game, Zakui and Gaxian have taken the same missile orbiter that they had before, the Mindcracker, whereas looks like Cosmopeer has taken a repainted version of the Hyper Nikau, or Hooper
Mhm.
Nikau, sorry. The same TB railfan that they just used.
They're they're both running good ships. I think I feel the TB rails are more optimized for this meta. Um, if you want to resist getting TB railed, uh, you need you need a wide frame design, which they both have, but you need at least like 8 engine blocks, and preferably the outermost engine blocks are not using huge thrusters for the improved ramp time.
Well, the ramp time to reach maximum thrust, especially when it's being buffed up by an engine room, still means
Yeah.
that it provides enough thrust when you need to turn. At
Well,
least,
more importantly, because TB is almost instantaneous application of force, you want a shorter ramp time to resist the TB, right? You know what I mean?
well, yes and no. Because, yeah, it takes 6 seconds for the huge thruster to reach maximum thrust. But by the time that the huge thruster is at 3 seconds, which is the ramp time for the large thruster, it's giving out almost the same thrust as a large thruster.
True, but at 1 second, the standard thruster and large thrusters would be putting out for the same cost, I should say, because nothing is in a blank box.
True,
All right,
yes,
so
the
this
greater
time
cost.
Cosmopeer did not die instantly.
Yes,
Uh,
already an improvement.
much improvement. Neither of them has gotten the flank on ZQ. He's been much more mindful about about resisting getting TB'd. And he's being helped out now by Cosmoteer, who's pushing away ZQ.
Unfortunately, Polar Bear and Cosmopair have the exact same game plan to the point where they've knocked into each other again.
Well, luckily neither of them have presented their ass to a missile stream, so
Not to mention Zakiri and Gaxian knocking into each other. They're just tripping over each other to sling missiles downrange.
this matchup, you don't care about going fast at full speed. You
It's all
just
about
want
maneuvering.
it's all about presenting the correct face of your ship at the correct time.
Cosmopeer letting off a sling of rail shots and trying to spin around to stop the missiles from taking out his weak side again. But
He's actually slowing down his spin, and
will
he's
it?
gonna die soon. Oh, now he's yeah.
Yep. You're
Ouch.
right. He was slowing down his spin. He needed to keep going in order to get his armored face forward again, but
I
not quick
mean,
enough.
so piloting is extremely difficult with TB rail. As someone who's piloted it a lot, um,
Are
you
these
you you you're controlling both your tractor beam point, whether they are pulling or pushing, your own ship's rotation, and your rail's target. Right, you're just trying to manage a lot of systems at once. It is much easier to pilot the missile orbiter than to pilot the TB rail fan. And
are
this
these
time, Polar
ships
is not able to get his one shots off yet so far.
are these ships being manually piloted?
Yes, these should. Well, you could pilot in both DC or manual, but it is much harder to pilot TB rail in effectively in RTS than DC.
Oh gosh, I could never get my head around the direct control. I always had to use the RTS controls. Anyways, good game to Sekiwi and Gaxian. That was an even quicker and more brutal victory.
Yeah, basically, ZQ and Gex made less mistakes than they did last round, and Polar and Cosmopeer, the gameplay did improve, but it did not improve enough.
All right, so now I believe I'm up.
Yes, you and Metatron.
All right.
So Piraeus, when the match starts, it'd be preferred that you have your microphone off, just so that you aren't like trash talking your opponents on the stream.
I'm not in the habit of trash talking, yes.
We never know. Maybe you'll start swearing once you lose. I don't know. It's just a standard.
I'm actually going to hop into another voice channel with my teammate so that we can coordinate and also so that I don't get,
I'm not
caster's
bullying
knowledge or whatever.
Cosmopeer. He's actually a good player. He hasn't played in a very long time and has no and clearly is not used to piloting these extremely complex ships. All
At
right.
least they looked pretty cool though.
Yeah, those ships look good. But again, if they went to 3 or 4 armor, I think especially in round 1, Polar could have successfully completed his 2v1 multi-kill.
I personally think that people should start giving up like a little bit of thrust, like a single block, just to add a structure line for integrity, because
Uh,
people keep seeming to get chopped in half because they just prioritize one block of thruster.
I mean, with huge thrusters, uh, that's hard, but you can't. It's not like you can just swap out a standard thruster from more structure.
Well, you can just downgrade to a large.
but the difference between large and huge is tremendous, right? And it's also logistics because huge thrusters call up to 3 crew, so you don't need storages to feed a huge thruster cluster. It can be placed pretty far away from your large reactor. Large thrusters can only cool 1 crew and from a large reactor, and it would just will not you will need storages if it's very far from your or you set some flickering.
There we go. Now we have all the participants.
Hmm. Who is messaging me now?
Yay, the match is starting.
All right, so we have Piraeus with some uh mini missile thing barges, I guess. Yeah, these mini missile craft. And we have Metatron with a TB railer. So unlike Polar Bear and Cosmoteer's extremely aggressive designs, this is a more defensive design. It doesn't have a lot of forward propulsion compared to the previous ships, and it has less tractor beams. And on the other side, we have B-Log with his PD missile orbiter,
With
and
actual shields.
we have Inconaut, I guess, with his reverse. It's not really a kite because its range isn't that long, but it's not um this is actually a unique archetype from Inconaut, I guess. I haven't seen this before. I guess from the way it looks like it would pilot most similarly to a nuke orbiter, actually, where you roll the ship at the correct moment to deliver a massive alpha. With +3 architecture, his range should be superior to the nuke orbiter, but of course, his actual damage output will not be as great as the nuke orbiter.
Pretty, at least it's a lot more precise though. I can actually hit things.
Yeah,
Can't.
it'll hit the part you want to hit, and it's a lot better defended. Like a couple of stray missiles won't, blow up a nuke packet cluster.
That's pretty nice.
So, we are experiencing B-Log B-Log's superpower right now, where where the where it feels like we're playing in slow motion.
It's okay. It'll be fine.
We love B-Log. It's fine. Iris has engaged Inconaut.
I like his ships, but I'm not sure how to feel about him like actively engaging with them, given that a single rail volley will probably kill them.
Yeah, his armor face is just not thick enough. I mean, what is he supposed to do against Belog? He's too slow to flank, actively flank, and the PDs would just shoot down, you know, shoot down a lot of his missiles.
Yeah, I think it was
I think their
close
best
enough.
bet would be to gang up against Emperor, and Inconaut would be to gang up against Inconaut, Piraeus, and Emperor. Inconaut's armor face is actually thin enough that, here we go. If he targets correctly, he didn't get penetrated, but got close. Terratron massively overturned. I think he's using direct control.
I think he's
He's running
trying
this
to face Bulldog at this
spin
point,
around.
or he's just spinning on purpose.
Inconaut is spinning the other way and not shooting Piraeus. Terratron has to complete his spin and present his heavy face. Otherwise, he's going to die very quickly to this massive rail salvo from Inconaut, 13 rail. He needs to not overspin to present his weak side again.
Ooh, nice. Let's see if he did the proper rail infrastructure, because the launchers explode and will cause a lot of fires. And that's not good.
Could be worse. They're not touching each other. I've seen that before. Metatron has taken the bait and is now shooting a Vlog.
For some of his shots.
Some of his shots. Yeah, this is almost always a mistake when with rails, unless you're shooting at very small ships.
They're hard to like.
So Terratron has breached in his armor belt.
Lost a rail
He's
himself.
now spinning the other way. But due to his he's actually done a lot of damage to Inconaut. Ireus needs to target all his missiles onto Inconaut because he's not going to hit anything against Belog due to the PD and speed. Belog has flown too close to the TBs and is now being pushed away.
Oh,
Metatron has a chance to snipe his back now.
I was wondering if the TBs were ever gonna like be helpful. See if you can
Belog probably
capitalize.
too close.
Oh,
Belog, so he did not target. I would have targeted a factory cluster instead of the reactor.
well, to his credit, he did get pretty close to killing it.
Yeah, but if you cut the outermost factory cluster, you cut the rail line. Look at this. Do you see what I'm talking about? You cut the not the rail line, the walkways, and then he does all his factories will die eventually.
I mean, it
Inconaut
seems
is
like he
lining up
did
on
that.
the back of Metatron. Metatron, Emperor.
I
For
think
some
that if
reason, only two of his. Yeah. Usually, 4 TB is not enough to turn a missile orbiter, but Vlog got really close. He was flying at high speed instead of low speed.
he's also rather wide and doesn't have as much thrust as other ships do.
Yeah, it's 9 huge thrusters.
It's kind of a surprise that Piraeus doesn't have like any damage.
They both decided to focus Metatron but the chip damage from Piraeus is adding up. And
Yeah.
Metatron, he tends to build very heavily armored ships. Which is really bad in 1-on-1 because if you're too slow, you just get rammed on the side and die. But here, it's working, right? It's working.
Generally seems like everything's going according to plan. I fear for how the next round will fare though, because they'll probably learn from this.
Fear.
Yes, I fear how this
You're
round will.
biased. You're clearly biased against against B-Log and Inconaut.
No, that's not what I was getting at. Ooh, Ink just lost like a massive portion of armor and is now like really vulnerable on a large portion of his
His
ship.
ship durability is not that high. It's just he would have a great backstab, except his shots hit his own armor section. That salvo could have one shot Terratron, but it didn't. But it did not.
Unfortunately, the missiles seem to be doing a good enough job.
Uh, Unfortunately, his missiles he spun fast enough that as long as he doesn't have another missile stream through that gap in his armor, yeah.
I think that you should probably stop spinning because it seems to just be presenting the weaknesses again.
He shouldn't present his cheek either because that's about to be reached too. He has 2 tractors left.
I don't think it'll be enough to really rotate him around. And even if he does kill one side, the other side's still pretty dangerous.
Yeah. I mean, if he cut the supply lines by attacking the factories earlier, those missiles would be dead by now. They would not be shooting, or they'd be shooting at a fraction of their rated power.
The thing is though, like even if the missiles are gone, you can still shove the opponent out.
True. On the other hand, Piraeus is doing something. If the supply lines are cut, Piraeus is free to his chip damage will kill someone.
Planning around chipping your enemy to death isn't like an advisable strategy though. You probably want to like actively kill them, then like try and cripple them and then hug them to death with a very relatively small amount of missiles.
I don't know. It's you could try to grind on the enemy or go for the golden BB. It's 2 different philosophies. But attacking through the front armor is almost never the correct call. Yep. Terratron has now lost his main reactor and control room.
He did hold on for a pretty good time, given how he was
Yeah,
attacked
he
from.
was lifting heavy weights.
Ink's ship was pretty close to destroyed too. If they'd probably like
Yeah.
gotten through his armor sooner, they probably could have defeated him and then Billog much more easily.
Agreed. Ouch. He's taking rail shots in the back.
Almost got to the reactor, but I think it ran out of range before it ran out of penetration.
Yeah, so only a few of his rails are firing.
Seems to be having a lot of issues, especially given that he spent so long of a time like far away.
Although I was focused on Emperor's contribution to this battle, I want to say B-Log has also been doing a lot in this fight.
It's been a pretty cool battle overall, I'd say.
I mean, he risked dying when he got too close to the TBs and got flipped.
I mean, his
But
reactor is
other than
at
that,
like
he hasn't made any other piloting mistakes. He's been piloting really well.
it's good that he has enough armor to like fully support his teammate as well, which is more on the fragile side. I think
Well,
that
I think his armor is actually too thin. Just that Piraeus is not running a modern, like, he's not running a like 30 launchers, right? So the amount of armor that he has on the frontal face is enough, I guess. But if he was facing like a 20 or even just 16 rail fan, uh, right, like 16 short rails, that armor would get drilled through in one or two hits that
really,
Belok has. Yeah,
I thought there's more than enough armor there. Guess I'm wrong
I'm
though.
looking at it. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, you could drill through that frontal face with one or two hits from a 20 fan or 16 fan even. That was a good fight.
Well played overall. Good first round.
Right, repick your ships.
I'm kind of surprised that there hasn't been any like lasers or cannons. Like the one time that Luke brought them, they seem to be working really effectively.
Cannons? You mean a wall?
Well, maybe triangle. Maybe traps. Like traps especially, I'm surprised that they're missing.
The thing is though, in a 2v2, you're basically piloting two giant traps, right? You think about it that way.
Well, I guess so, but if bigger numbers are better, why not present more attacking sides? Well, I guess we're just waiting on the last guy now.
Someone is missed. Okay.
There we go. Except
So Ink
then the top.
brought a long railer. It looks unarmored except on the frontal face. B-Log is running the same ship again.
Probably. He seems to be not ready, so he might be switching.
I think he really did a good job. Don't know if he wants to switch.
Yeah, it's a pretty strong ship, I'm not sure.
Like, unless he's facing, like, a
Oh,
pure railer or a very high alpha railer. It's a very solid build.
so the only changed ship here for Ink is he has the massive railgun instead of the weird railgun that spins. And I think his goal is to be decoring Pirates' ships with single volleys since they don't have very much firepower. Yeah, 60 accelerators. That's a lot of damage.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, these are plus 10. These are 112% railguns. I'd be more scared if these accelerators were divided among if instead of a 6 plus 10 railguns, he had 10 plus 6 railguns. I would be a lot more scared of that DPS. But he does have the advantage of being able to shoot from do this from very long range. Thanks for the info.
You know, I'm kind of
These guys.
surprised that they're not using team chat. It's an existing function that they can use that like
Yeah, it's in
hides
game.
information from the other team. Apparently, the left team is fighting over who gets to kill Piraeus. Understandable.
You know, Pirates won't kill them very quickly, so therefore, it's slightly less dangerous to be fighting Pirates.
I think that Emperor or whatever his name is has more armor than Ink, even though he has less railguns.
I mean, Emperor's designs tend to always be very heavily armored, very heavily, very heavy armor focused.
Actually, I think Emperor actually has more railguns, like 8 instead of 6, so he probably has even more firepower as well.
Well, his architecture is plus 5, so railguns get less efficient per rail that you add, but it's not as bad that twice the number of accelerators, right, would be worse. And Piraeus almost gets one shot from the rear. That's not because armor saves him; it's because railgun inaccuracy.
Looks like it just barely ran out of range too.
Yeah.
I think that it could go straight through the armor, so it probably needs to stay out of like targetable range. Okay, now that they seem to be going for Piraeus, it seems to be going a lot more effectively for them. Since they don't, since they won't
Turtok
just have.
has so much armor compared to Piraeus. On the other hand, uh, they could shoot him in the weak spot. He's not massively armored on all aspects.
Yeah, his rear isn't the comfiest I've ever seen. I'm kind of surprised the Ink isn't like trying to go get closer to Terratron yet, or Emperor. Oh, never mind. There we go.
Never mind.
Apparently he was close enough as necessary. And you see, kids, that is why you do not present your backside to railguns.
A real pen, especially if yeah, especially if your backside is that thin. If he had 3.5 layers, I think he'd be fine.
But who puts like 3.5 layers on their rear? It's
Me, me.
Well, you're unique in that aspect because I don't think anyone else has. I somehow think Ink and Bilog are probably gonna win this one. Just a hunch, though.
Just a hunch. Could be wrong.
And you never know. It's kind of sad. A good display of tactics between Ink and Bilog, though, like getting Emperor to turn the wrong way.
Part of this is because I think Emperor just overturns a lot. Like he just
Well, everybody has room to improve. Knowing when or where to turn is kind of hard at times to really know for sure.
how far to turn.
There should probably be a state of the game where if the opponent, whether it be like 1 or 80 ships, if there's no reactors between all of them, then the game is just over.
I mean, it's possible to win off of your like batteries. I've done that a few times where my where a reactor was popped, but my factories and control room were still alive.
Oh, seems improbable.
It's rare, but I should be rewarded, right, for investing into so many missile factories. I mean, there's so many batteries for my missile factories.
It's still kind of memey though, and like in a real environment, it's like no one would plan around losing the ship to win a battle. It's like you win every fight, but you also need to replace the ship after every fight. Like it's just kind of memey.
Close close fight that just a very close fight could be the same way.
What are you trying to do? Kill your teammate, Ink? Why'd you auto-fire your rails there?
Freudian slip.
Are you trying to make sure he knows who's boss? I think Piraeus is hoping for lightning or something. And they just suddenly both disconnect and like, yay, I win.
I thought you said he's a scholar and a gentleman.
I don't know why he's still in the game.
His 21 hit point control room.
Oh, the other one still has a control room too, so we're not done yet.
Wow.
10% HP left. Let's see who gets the final shot. And I guess he destroyed enough percentage of health that they can move on now. Piraeus, whenever you're available, you can come back to the esteemed casting booth. How many times have I told people the password? The password is late. L-A-T-E, all lowercase, late. Get out.
I have returned.
Hello.
Welcome back.
Ah, I wanted to see how my 3 little ships would do, but the answer is they do not do.
They do not do.
So if in the speed meta they would miniature orbiters, 500k orbiters that ZQ uses are actually really strong, but they have to be fast, right? And
And my ships were not fast.
yeah, and then they're also not good against rails, because the surface, the surface area volume, right? Square cube law. The bigger the ship, the thicker the amount of armor for the same cost, right? For the same mass. The thicker, yeah, the thicker the armor for the same amount of, absolute amount of armor.
No, I understand.
Yeah.
Because I had to split my essential systems, reactors and control rooms and such, across 3 ships worth of surface area instead of just 1, then my armor was less space
Yes.
efficient.
But orbiter traps actually work, but you need to be a god to pilot them. So people
Well,
don't do it.
I am not a god.
Yeah, and they have to be fast. You need to be.
I will be investing my efforts into making a single large ship just like the old days now. Well, I say the old days, that's still what people do, but I mean like my old kind of single large missile barges. So Nusmus actually bringing bringing that Animal Crossing ship that showed up in the ships channel in Discord a little while ago. Truly an abomination.
Wow.
We shall not be addressing it. It is a friendly family Animal Crossing character that everybody likes and is friends with because Animal Crossing is good.
Right, so because you guys warned me, of course, there will be no trash talking in this chat.
Yeah, we're both muting. Or, no, we're moving to a different voice chat because we're
Yeah,
cool.
we should move to a different channel.
Yup.
Yeah, I'll hold
Okay,
down the fort.
actually that can't work because you see, I need to be hearing you casting to pick up on the stream, so...
Wow.
Okay.
Okay, how am I going to communicate with you, Saris?
Team chat.
Flag
Jesus
signals.
Christ.
It's a great
All right.
idea.
Wow.
Good luck casting, Piraeus.
Thank you.
Arius, you have to cast. You can't just sit in silence.
Well, there's nothing really to comment on yet because it's possible that you guys will switch out your ships for a few more minutes and then we will start. It does look like Nusmis absolutely wants to bring in Anka, but other than that, it's shifting around a little bit. All right, so everyone is locked in. We are ready to go. All right, so we have entered the match, getting a quick look at all four of these ships, and from what I can tell, we have one step down from a perfect mirror match. They all, of course, are not using the exact same ship per se, but we have four rail fans, all of them with no tractor beams and engine modules on the flanks of the ship. Just face your opposite. Suppose that's one way of putting it. It's really going to come down to maneuvering, I would say. If one of these rail fans is going to get an angle on another and shoot through the thin side armor. Otherwise, if both of these sides are just punching each other in the face, then this is going to take a while. Wow, it really is remarkable how similar these builds all are. All of them feature 6 sideways modules, except for New Age of Power, which features 8. And Ceres has a couple of engine modules, a 7th and an 8th set, which are facing sideways in the rear of his rail fan so that he can turn more quickly. So there's a slight maneuverability advantage on the side of Ceres and New Age of Power, but that has directly translated for Nusmis and Azazelin having more credits for their armor. So the very first volley came out from Nusmis, and that is going to have already landed just a tiny bit of damage onto the railgun launcher over on New Age of Power. The game is probably going to advance like this. It'll be a game of attrition, small incremental bits of damage, at least until the armor actually gets penetrated all the way through. Then it's going to be massive. Second volleys coming out from New Asian Power and Ceres much more quickly than they're coming out from Nusmis and Azazelin. That is going to be the crux of this game, in addition to maneuvering, but also patience. It looks like neither party wants to really maneuver all that much. Probably not possible, because they're very heavy and slow. But control of fanning back and forth, making sure you don't overmaneuver, that'll make sure that you maximize your rate of fire. Ooh, a rail shot has penetrated into the depths of Nusmis. Hasn't taken out any modules yet, but that frontal armor is already starting to look a little bit thin for Nusmis. Couple of rail shots connecting onto the flank of Azazelin, but not enough to penetrate. Two rails taken out for Nusmis already. That very thin armor between the barrels of those railguns, not enough to protect it for a long period of time. Speaking of the firepower available to both sides, the railguns on the team of New Age and Ceres, both ships have only 6 railguns available to them, whereas the ships on the Nusmus and Azazlan side both have 10. Rather, had 10 in the case of Nusmus. But otherwise, it looks to me that the railguns are of roughly equal length and therefore of range and damage. Hmm. Think you outrange both of them? Hmm. Well, Nusmus and Azazlin aren't exactly fanning back and forth right now, so it can be tricky to judge. Another railgun lost on the side of Nusmus. And Azazlin's internet is causing us to stutter here, so the game is going even slower than usual. Not very much action happening here. I've been looking closely at all of these ships, and it looks like all of them have. Well, 3 of them have roughly 200 crew, but New Age of Powers is actually a little bit light, only at around 150 crew. And it seems to be that this is very slightly affecting his rate of fire. He isn't able to be getting off of volleys as often as probably he would like. But it seems to me that this isn't going to really generate too much pressure. After all, Nusmus and Azazlin aren't really putting out too much pressure themselves. They seem to be having trouble fanning back and forth effectively. Yeah. Oh, and look at that crossfire from Ceres and New Age of Power. Both of them managed to punch through Azazlin's armor and take out a few rails. GG says Azazlin, it seems like that his team is starting to lose hope. And indeed, on the side of Nusmus and Azazilin, they have mostly lost their advantage in the number of rails, both of them down to 6 and 7 rails respectively. Well, that was truly an odd play there from New Age of Power. 2 of his rails fired at Azazilin, while another 4 fired at Nusmus, and considering what I know about piloting rails, he would have had to have done that manually. Yes. Switch targets and lag. Lag is always adding spice to every equation. 601 ping is what you have, you say? Rail HP, I see. And there it is. Nusmus's ship is completely incapacitated now. It lost its reactor and 2 more of its rails. 3 more, actually. Yep, 1 hit knockout. So says New Age of Power. Azazlin is now mostly on his own. Nusmus still has some lifetime left in him, but no ammo factory, so he won't be able to get too many more shots out of those last 2 rails. Right there, an example of Azazlin very severely overmaneuvering and swinging too far. So possibly lowering his possible volleys uh, by a great deal. Another rail lost. Very dangerous overmaneuvering there, exposing his weakly armored backside on the side of Azazlin, and there it is. One volley, then two from New Age of Power and then Saris, and I believe that's going to be the game to them. As soon as New Age of Power points out that Nusma still has a control room, Saris takes it out. That'll take us into round two. A very slow, methodical match that was. Oh, what's this? Zoslin is hovering what appears to be an ion ship. I am excited to see this. We haven't seen one yet in the tournament. Is Nusmus going to bring Anka again? All right, while the participants shuffle their ships around a little bit, I am going to go get some water. I'll be back in just a minute. Okay, I have returned. New Age of Power, if you are ready. Hmm. Strategizing with Saris, the Age of Power says, and Azazlan says, time to meme. Yeah, Azazlan, I did see you hovering the shark in your round one. So it looks like from this far away, as it were, that it's a missile barge, a diagonal missile barge of some variety. Oh my goodness, and Saris is bringing out one of his old diagonals. That was a very sneaky play, switching your ship and then going at the last second. All right, and this is not just any missile diagonal, but it is a nuke a nuke diagonal coming out from Azazel, that is the shark there. And meanwhile, the vulture from Nusmus is a missile orbiter. Okay, that's on the left side. Moving over to the right side, we have a continuous fire ion orbiter from New Age of Power, the Cervantes. I like that name. And this, okay, the Stigil from Ceres. It's shaped like one of your old ships, but it most certainly is not one of your old ships. It is a PD diagonal with missiles out the rear. Oh, this is a gorgeous ship. Yeah, I'm gonna have to ask you to share this ship with me later. I probably won't use PDs on the front, but I have wanted to build a ship like this recently. I'm starting to get that old Cosmoteer bug again. All these different ideas for ships. Is New Age of Power going to bother to orbit? It does not seem so. He's just going straight forward, going to try and burrow through the frontal armor of Azazlan, and those walls of PD on his flanks are going to protect him from the Vulture on Nusmus. Azazlan is already in a very bad spot. I've been in this position before. He needs to try to turn to the side or get some kind of angle. Unfortunately, it looks like Azazlan is not going to get any support from Nusmus. Nusmus has gone straight for the Stigil on Ceres. So this is going to be two 1v1s. We will see how it shakes out. But if ever you find yourself struggling with a heavily armored missile barge like this, an ion rammer is a very good answer. We're going to see the first reactor from Azazlan fall here shortly. That is over on the left side. Over on the right side, we have these two missile orbiters basically just circling each other, and the PD from Ceres is doing a great job at mitigating incoming DPS. Over on the right side, this 3,000 degree knife has cut straight through the shark. Azazlan has been completely bored through. And it looks like that the design of the ship does not have missile storage, it does not have power storage, so there's no way that there's going to be a zombie ship left behind firing nukes. Azazlan has been knocked out. Unfortunately, because New Age of Power is an orbiter, he can't really strafe out of charging the corpse of the shark, so he's not going to be able to support Ceres for a little bit here. Okay, Nusmus has blown up the explosive charges that are holding his heavy armor onto the Vulture, so he is going to try and use his speed now to outmaneuver the Stigil. We'll see if it works. So it looks like Ceres' ship is not overall that fast, but it has rather large engine blocks on the flank, so it can spin very quickly. Yeah, I'm starting to trip over my words now. I'm trying to speak so quickly. Gosh, I need to calm down. Tis okay to be excited about Cosmoteer. Tis an exciting game. Very true. I don't know if anyone in the chat remembers or knows about an old game that was called RoboCraft, but that was my favorite game to play for a long, long time. A very similar vibe of building your robots in this case, and not spaceships, and then taking them into multiplayer games to test them out, to fight, and well, that game disappeared eventually. But Cosmoteer scratches very much the same itch for me. It's just a fun game. So, Nusmus did try to drop weight in order to increase his speed. However, a large chunk of his bow armor is still stuck on his bow as he's just pushing it around, trying to get an angle on the sigil. However, Saris is able to keep his PD wall sides pointed towards the incoming missiles. There's really not a lot that Nusmus can do here, and New Age of Power is coming in hot. So we're going to be back to the good old 1 versus 2 scenario where the one has a speed advantage. We'll see how it pans out. Unlike a railfan, an ion orbiter has much, much better frontal defense than basically any other ship in the game, at least from what I've seen. Look at these narrow channels in the armor right here, through which a lot of damage is pouring out. New Age of Power swinging violently to the side there to present the point defense into the incoming missiles, trying to protect himself. Meanwhile, Saris is going to be throwing missiles behind into the backside of Nusmus. But Nusmus, is he quick enough? Helped with a little nudge there from New Age of Power, he's able to swing around and present the armor, but that armor is not long for this world. He's losing it quickly. Hmm. I can see what you guys were saying there in the first match when I first commented on what I heard about point defense being overpowered. Is it strong? Is it not? Well, hard to say. But the current configuration that shows up on ships here, like the Cervantes and the Stigil, these seem very difficult to beat for these missile orbiters. Lag will do that, yes. Make it hard to ram fast ships. We're coming up on the 5-minute mark here, halfway through the game. If Nusmus is able to survive with his critical components still undamaged, it's possible it could be left up to RN Jesus out in the Ring of Death. However, it looks like he's about to bump right into the bow of New Age of Power, and I think that's going to be it. There's no way for Nusmus to quickly get out of this situation, and New Age is going to be able to pour out the damage. Close call there for Nusmus. The missile streams from the Stigil is starting to come in. But already lost half of the missile banks. Probably this is going to be the end. And more missiles coming in. Nusmus is not going to be able to turn. Eating my words right then and there. He is able to turn just in time for the incoming missiles to not take out his last missile banks, but those ions sprinkling just a little bit of damage onto him. The Vulture just lost the last bit of its armor, and it looks like Nusmus is going to go down as his ship gets split. All right, congratulations to Saris and New Age of Power. Wee wee. All right, so that is going to be the conclusion of this round. Next up, let me look at the bracket because I keep forgetting. Um, it's going to be Juno and Amistad versus INC and Billog, right? Yes.
Correct.
Welcome back. Very good match from the two of you.
Thank you.
Appreciated.
Yeah, move me over to okay.
I got it.
You did. You did a good job, especially round one. Cyrus did most of the heavy lifting there.
Well, the two of you definitely showed you. Ooh, goodness gracious! Nearly knocked over my tea mug. Okay,
Not the tea.
You did a
not the
great
tea.
job in the second round, though. I would have definitely died if the nuke ship got close to me, because point defense is good, but it can't shoot down nukes.
It can, but you need to buy time by being fast.
Or
And
having distance.
yeah, you need to buy time by being fast. And you said he was split and he was not a zombie threat. And just as you said that, he fired a full salvo of nukes at me, like from his zombie, from the dead sections. And I'm like, wow, Pirates, why are you cursing me? Why
I'm legally blind.
you're cursing me? Uh,
Gosh,
Ah, the caster curse.
the caster curse. Yeah, for the first round there, you guys definitely showed through the experience and discipline with the rail fans. You were wiggling just enough in order to get your volleys off back and
well, we
forth.
were bullying them because they were using a shorter architecture, which gives them, which costs less, so they have more rails and more DPS because rails get less efficient the longer they become. We
Yes,
use the longer
diminishing
architecture, which
returns.
maximize our range. And so they were when they wiggled, they lost speed and could not hit us. And we would only wiggle when we were sure we were gonna fire an alpha.
See,
You know,
that's the thing, though. Like, the length on your rails looked roughly similar.
it roughly is not. For example, Azza had +5. I looked at it. Right, we were using +9. Me and Cyrus,
Really?
which is yeah,
Gosh,
we were
I guess
using
I'm super
100%
blind.
rails, and he was using like 70%. I think. Yeah.
Although technically they were both stronger, armor and damage-wise, we both outranged and outspeeded them, so it was a
I
tough
think.
way to go.
I think we had I had a deeper armor and shield architecture, so I could eat more hits on the front face. But they had a lot more DPS. Uh, if we stayed, if any of either of us stayed in range of them, of the two of them for very long, we would die pretty quickly.
Yes.
It's
But
definitely the
yeah,
case, because mine was built to be a generalist, and had really thin, like, frontal armor, and even in, like, the two volleys, I had, like, a significant hole.
yeah. I
Very
mean, they were running
problematic.
generalists too. They just loaded up on armor, right?
Just
Like,
heavier generalist.
yeah.
So now we are
Of course, that's why
entering
they
what
were
I
so
like.
slow.
Hmm.
That's why they were so slow because they had too much armor.
So now we are entering what I like to call the phase two of the tournament, where every player has seen what every other player has brought for the first round, so they have some idea of how to plan against that strategy. It turns into a neat little mind game, at least to me.
I mean, all the really strong players play against each other all the time. So like, uh, Yare and I know what each other's strongest ships are, except maybe one or two that we built before the tournament,
Hmm.
right? For the tournament alone, and same with Blog. I've seen his innovations, right? And I know what his weaknesses are. I know what his strengths are.
Well, then
And
we'll see
these
how
guys
this
know
turns
each
out.
other. Like I have a, like I before the tournament, I watched a replay of these guys going up against each other, and they know how each other plays too. Blog, Juno. I haven't
Well,
seen Amistad play in a while, which is his advantage. But if you haven't played in a while, you can make piloting mistakes, as you saw Cosmoteer. He's a good player, but he wasn't able to extract the maximum performance from his extremely complex TB railway.
well, I suppose that's just something that happens to me when I'm away for a while. I forgot
All
how
right.
close-knit this community is.
Well, it looks like everyone has brought some kind of some kind of launcher-based orbiter. I don't want to say all HE, but it all based on launchers. So Yara is running some kind of nuke missile hybrid. Amistad looks like he's running missiles. Vlog is running PD missile, and Ink, when it stops lagging, I'll take a look at what his ship looks like. Ink brought flak missile. Flak missile, PD missile. I'm gonna make a prediction. It comes down to whether it really comes down to whether Juno can get a good nuke salvo off. Yeah,
I would
because
also say
otherwise, the massive amount of PD and flak that these guys have is just really a hard counter against missiles.
also an interesting factor is going to be how INC uses the flak on his side, if he'll be able to successfully mitigate the damage incoming. So Billog,
I mean, Bilog, as long as he flies close to Ink, his PDs, because of their wide fire arc, can help support missiles that would hit Ink. So even if Ink makes a few piloting mistakes, it's not like he's gonna die.
yeah,
And he has armor too, so
yeah,
in addition to support.
the extra missile defense, I think, is going to offer a significant advantage to Billog and INC.
So PD was usable, decent before it got buffed, and this is why a lot of players think it's OP. I think it's strong, but it's not uncounterable. It's very strong, but it's not uncounterable.
Very strong against missiles and nukes, of course.
It also stops railguns. About 30 PD can hold off 88 railguns for a very, very long time.
Hmm. Even against a fanning railgun.
Yeah, especially against fanning. It's actually strong. Auto firing railguns are actually stronger. All
Connection
right, Cyrus, time
lost.
to read host.
Possibly the culprit was Billog. He seems to be having internet troubles before, but let's just reform. Neither side had gotten a hit off, so we can just get this going again quickly. I hope.
So the players already selected their ships, so please do not switch ships.
Yeah, please select the same ships. Be sportsmanlike here.
You all right, Cyrus? You right there?
I'm good. Um, I'll set it up once New Age of Power is joined.
I'm looking for this. Okay, I see it now. All right, lock the game.
Mm,
Pick the random person.
Welcome, General. General has been kicked. What a meme. All right, epicenter of corruption. The Jadis, or Yadis, maybe.
Is that the same ship?
Yes.
Alright. You guys better get it together.
All right. Are we supposed to? Okay. Are we supposed to have this larger? Okay. Let me just check the rules again.
We are stuttering pretty heavily.
Yeah, this is. Vlog is
It's
he's known for his
fine.
lag,
It's
but you know what?
fine.
We can deal with it. We can deal with it.
If necessary, we'll just have... I don't know. It's never been the case that, like, all 4 players have disconnected.
Yeah.
That's true, actually. Usually, when one player who isn't the host is having problems, they just drop the game.
But it'd be weird to kick an entire team for like one player having issues.
We'll figure out what to do if Billog can't connect.
I'll probably just do like a set of 1v1s so that each player
It'll
faces
be less
one on
lag.
the other team.
So Amistad is using an older type of missile orbiter that's easier to control because you set the central engine blocks. He has 6 huge thruster blocks. He disconnects the frame and it sets them to auto fire. This lets him focus on piloting the external shell, which has 4 engine blocks of standard huge to make it more maneuverable.
I was about to ask what the purpose of that was. Very succinctly explains. This is interesting. I'd like to see how it works.
It's very uncommon now because uh, especially that since huge thruster blocks don't take the same engine rooms usually extend the amount of time that it took to ramp to full power, but now it does not. So
Hmm.
huge thrusters, the turning melee isn't as severe as it used to be, and this does cost more to do a disconnected engine frame, and it does increase the amount of space required to build your ship.
It
And
hasn't
Scorp,
seemed to
go on.
it hasn't seemed to have affected Amistad too badly here.
I mean, so what? He's got two thick side armor and 2 more. If you saw the other missile orbiters that we were running, like I think GNU was running, the amount of armor that we had was like 3 base layers and like 10 space. I mean, in front. You know what I mean? It was a lot. It doesn't look that significant, but it's actually quite a lot of armor that we
No,
have difference.
it was a lot, yes.
Yeah, his total ship mass is about 4,400 tons before damage, and most missile orbiters run at least 5,000. So you can tell
Well,
that his armor fraction is lower.
all right, fair enough. Uh, Amistad has already lost one block of launchers. He caught some
Luckily, it hasn't
missiles,
fully cut his
wasn't able.
supply line, so he's able to continue feeding his all his systems.
Yes. All right, so Juno is going to be swinging around on the backside of INC. We'll
He needs
see
to
how
roll a little
many
bit
of these
faster to
nukes
get a
connect.
nukes in the critical spot. This is the INC is a good okay.
There was a collision. It slowed down the swing on both sides. We'll see what these nukes can do, but INC is going to be able to get the flak facing those nukes in time. Meanwhile, Bilog is off in no man's land, just having a good old time.
That is the cost of going slow, is that if you ever get separated, then your teammate is left to fend for themselves.
Yes.
So due to the ram, Juno's nuke roll was not successful. All the nukes were shot down. He lost too much velocity, and they were shot at the front of ink.
Funnily enough, I just want to comment that this match is actually almost like the match that you guys just had, Saris, in New Age of Power. Almost a perfect mirror match, barring, of course, the presence of PD and Flak on the side of INC and Bilog. It's going to be 4 missile orbiters that are just flying around each other. And it's going to be a very slow attrition-based game.
Mm, Due to the nukes, there's some instability here. If Juno successfully pours a salvo nuke into someone's rear, they're dead. You know what I mean?
That
Like,
is fair. The game will be over very quickly if you hit someone's soft backside.
yeah, they're just like So only Amistad is running a rear reactor build, but personally, when I run a rear reactor build, I can die to 2 nukes hitting the wrong spot from Juno. Like it's just
It's a
just
bold
2 nukes
strategy. It's a
will
bold
kill you.
strategy. Well, I'm afraid it's a bit of a necessity of the design, at least on Amistad's side, because he has to detach that central module from the rest of the ship.
Well, no, he doesn't have to present his rear at all.
No,
He
I
just
mean I
uses
mean this the central rear reactor, I mean.
oh yeah that yeah for a narrow frame build. If you went for a very wide frame build, well no, he would still have to. Yeah, you're right.
So Bilog and INC poured a ton of missile fire into Juno right there, chewed through a good portion of its frontal and left side wing armor, but Juno's still kicking.
Yeah, both sides. Everyone is dodging a lot of missile fire. You see how much of of these missiles are just missing, Juno? This is because they're speed meta.
It's
They're
also a
both.
prop. It's also a property of missiles I noticed when they're fired from decent range, they're able to get up speed. If they miss, they just careen off into the distance and they don't have enough lifetime to reverse direction.
They're both piloting slow ships. Then the miss rate is much lower. Oh man, Amistad just blocked Juno's roll. He can't. He has to spin the other way now. He's lost all his forward speed.
Was it on purpose? Was it by accident? Doesn't
I
matter.
don't
It was
know.
a brilliant tactical play.
I don't know.
Another another collision with INC. Juno is in a pretty tough spot right here. None of the missiles are reaching his soft backside yet, and he's about to get those nukes fired off.
He's able to do an okay roll at a very close range, but the initial velocity because of his the collision is actually pretty low. Let's see if the
So it
flax can
is.
shoot them down when hits.
Looks like it'll be caught mostly by that frontal armor on INC instead. And that more or less nullified the bombing run.
I will have to say that the amount of armor that he has remaining is minimal. He has like 2, 3, 3.5, 4,
Yeah.
5. He has like 6, 7 armor remaining before his reactor and control room are breached. This is this is pretty uncomfortable.
INC just saying in the chat, yum yum burps. He just ate that nuke for breakfast.
All right, Juno
Funnily,
is rolling again with 2 nukes presented, 2 nukes loaded.
funnily enough,
You
it
were going to say,
seems that
Saris?
Amistad seems to have lost the control room on his missile part, but since that wasn't necessary for piloting, he can still kind of move around. Since
I
the,
mean, the central section.
yeah, with the central
And that's
section.
crazy. That's crazy.
Probably a slight improvement to the design would involve putting control rooms up on the right and left hand tips of the missile
You,
section, up by those
on the,
power supplies. They're very well protected up there, and if you lose those, you've already lost a significant portion of your ship, I
yeah,
bet.
you don't even need your reactor to keep the supplies open
Hmm.
because the power supply can keep the control room running.
Some of these missiles fired from Amistad right here are going to go right into the backside of INC if he's not able to turn in time. And there is a
Another
collision.
bad bombing run from Juno. Well, let's see if he can roll his way into a good bombing run.
I'm a
He's done
big
this
fan.
before. Go
I'm a
on.
big fan of the small armor spikes on the backside of INC that protect those launchers. Having
Yes,
exposed launchers is a huge weakness. And those
yes.
armor
This is
spikes, they're not much, but they're enough.
most missile orbiters will have spikes on the back, but because of cost savings, Amistad could not fit them on the back.
Hmm. Neither could Billog, from what I can see.
Ooh.
Those spikes are very minimal.
All right,
There's a
Juno's down
module
to
gun.
one nuke cluster. He needs to get something done with it.
Looks like it might go down soon. The flak are
Yeah, I
enough.
told
They've
you,
taken out the
they
last
they
launchers.
do a lot of damage.
Yeah, you showed me. Spikes are minimal because of back PD. Yeah, I noticed that you do
Belug's
have
build uses.
quite a few PD on the back there, Billog. you know, when I was trying to surround you with my own ships during our match, Billog, I was like, aha, I've got you on the backside now. What do you mean it's still firing PD? That's illegal.
I
I
dislike
hadn't.
back PD on this kind of ship because the power supply is so far away from the PD, so the PD's actual utilization rate is very low.
That was the problem that I had with My
with your
own
own
ships.
PD. I
Yeah,
saw that.
with my first match, the PD did barely anything. Of course, I only had a few of them, but even while they were firing, it took forever to recharge them.
Mhm. He's got 4 nukes loaded. 5. Juno's last stand. Or he's quit, or he's surrendered because he's not moving.
Why not use the forfeit button?
Yeah, well, why waste Cyrus's time?
I'm a very busy
Because
man.
explosions are fun.
That's a good point. I cannot argue with that. Let's zoom in on the explosion.
And he's maneuvering again. So I don't know what's up with Juno. He waited until he lost half his ship before he started maneuvering again.
It won't take long.
His control room's on fire too, so.
I mean, it wasn't before. He decided to sit there and eat a lot of missiles for no reason.
Don't worry about it, New Age. The game is probably already over at this point. Juno has sustained significant damage, and Amistad lost his own ship a while ago.
Yeah, he can't even turn correctly. And the game is over now. He just doesn't want to press the forfeit button.
It might not know where it is. It's a pretty subtle button.
It's only in the top left. Isn't this not like the first round? You guys still have another round, maybe even 2.
Yep. Yes.
Dom's
Dom
okay.
Got
sucks.
another chair.
Oh, so rude. I actually quite enjoyed Domination when it was first released. Didn't play too much of it, but I liked it.
It's certainly a different game that requires different things in mind. There's not as much space
I
for
remember
piloting though. It's mostly just throwing as many ships as you can rather than like winning via piloting.
it's much more of an RTS style game mode.
Alright, pick your other ships.
Yes, we will go into round 2 shortly. Juno, lol, winning via piloting, he says.
Yeah, what a joke.
Nope, winning through efficient design and resource allocation. Now that's a game.
That's already what like exists in the main game though.
In a different sense, but yes. Resources within a single ship of 1.5 million credits instead of resources spread across many ships over a wide area. Just two different flavors of the same thing.
Ah, there's a laser wall. Second one we've seen in the entire tournament.
I
They're
understand
pretty
your
strong. I
private
don't know
opinion,
why
but
they
it's not
aren't
the
used
place
more.
for this.
Yeah, I was under the impression for a while now that like super fast laser walls were a type of counter to some ships.
Yeah, they're counter to missile orbiters, but they're much harder to pilot than just spamming a bunch of flak and PD.
Yes, that makes sense.
Yeah.
In order to be fast enough to outspeed a missile orbiter, it seems like you'd have to be very fragile, like an old ultralight.
No, because missile orbiters are like 5,000 tons at least. If you're a wall, right? And Yare actually has one. He's not gonna bring it. He has a very fast wall that goes up to 140, and missile orbiters with their armor on are usually about 90, and with their armor off are about 110, depending on how much armor they eject. Like you're just way faster than um, you're way faster than the orbiter, than the missile orbiter, the orbital wall. I don't know why he's not bringing it, but Yare has a missile orbiter has a orbital wall that goes up to 140, which is absolutely mind-boggling.
Oh man, imagine me thinking that my little ship's maxing out at 80 was enough.
You're
What a
not using
ridiculous.
If you're not using tractor beams, and if you don't split, well, if you did split, but uh, 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 for missiles, I think they have to be faster than that. Yeah.
You know, I don't think we've seen Billog's like missile orbiter ship with shields on the sides ever die.
Yeah, because he's not facing rails. Like that's the hard counter to it. What it does well is counter railguns. I mean, counter missiles, and every time he's bringing it out, it's always been brought out against, almost always against missile ships.
I don't think I'll be hosting a domination tournament anytime soon, by the way. It's a lot harder to cast and prepare for. And it's like, eh.
I'd be up to the task of casting it if you don't want to.
Well, it's not that I like can't, it's just it's a lot harder because there's so much more stuff going on, and it's important for different
No,
reasons. And certain weapons are like, like rails. Rails
I
don't
understand.
exist in domination, and railguns are my favorite weapon. One of them, anyways.
Fair enough.
Ah,
Fair
the
enough.
cheese background.
Okay, so
I love
the
this.
the Azure Charger on Billog, he immediately blew some explosive charges to shed some weight, but otherwise it's a PDTB rail with no back armor. So this is going to be a very high risk, high reward build from what I can see.
Yeah, he's also
Meanwhile,
using orbital thrust configuration. But since he only has 6 huge large thrusters. I don't think he gets up to full orbital speed.
we'll see. The neutron star from INC we've seen before. It's this
Oh,
good
did he change
old,
his
very
speedlog?
wide
The armor
railfan.
looks a little bit thicker than before. Oh, I
You know,
can't. I don't know if he hears me.
I don't think it's any different personally. It looks the same.
Uh, yeah, because I played against the ship before, and his frontal armor was way too thin, so it would just get deleted in like 1 or 2 hits from another railfan.
so I was going to comment that Billog was going to run into the same issue. The armor that he blew off, it was still going to get stuck onto the front of him. Then he used the TBs to push it away. I just think that's fun. That's clever. I like that.
Yeah.
Anyways, over on the right side of the map, we see Run from Amistad, the good old ship, which was surprisingly effective when it showed up in the very first rounds. And on the other side with Juno, it's going to be a rail splitter, which he hasn't split yet. It seems like he's going to try and use it as a single ship for now.
I think that's part of the advantage of rail splitters is that they can function as a um somewhat weaker railgun. Or
Pretty
Or
flexible, yeah.
as rail traps. Yeah.
yeah, which has always been like one of the main advantages of traps is that they have a massive amount
Still
of
be a single ship.
versatility.
You know, if I keep doing several smaller ships, then I'm probably going to have to try and do a strategy similar to this, where I
Ooh,
invest more heavily into propulsion.
Wow.
you
So
got
those rail hits were,
Damage his
well,
reactor.
yeah, that could have been disastrous.
there doesn't appear to be any fires that might finish him off though, unfortunately.
I feel Juno's rail play is a lot weaker than his nuke play, personally. Like,
We'll see.
but he does have this. Yep, he blocked half his own shots. He rotated too fast, or his barrel length was too long. He rotated too quickly for his barrel length, I should say. This is a
Probably,
problem with a
yeah.
lot of railfans, and now he's about to eat a big salvo. Did not penetrate into anything important. But yeah, if he spun a little bit slower, I think he could have destroyed a lot of Ink's components.
The point defense on Billog's Azure Charger were able to take out a couple of the run's rail
Though
shots before they could connect, so no
Juno
significant damage.
successfully matched rotation. This is an advanced technique in railfan duels, in which you try to rotate in a way that your shots fire as the opponent is presenting his face to you. So your shots go straight down between his tubes, and his shots hit your barrel armor. And he successfully deleted multiple rails from Ink while preserving all of his own rails.
Excellent timing on his part.
Yeah, excellent control from Juno.
Oh, meanwhile, Emistad has swung his ship all the way around after that last volley he fired at Bilog. He'll probably be in range to fire at Juno here in just a second.
Juno and Amistad are on the same team.
Yeah, I didn't
Wait,
want
what?
to point out his
Whoops.
mistake. I did
It's
not
fine.
want to.
I'm getting too excited again. Fucking
It's
everybody's firing at everybody. Everybody kill everybody.
it's fine. It's
Oopsie.
It's not
lag.
polite to call out another caster's mistake unless it's a huge mistake.
Okay.
It's kind of important. It's just a little bit important.
The mini map too, it shows them as two different shades of red. So, well,
It's
well.
fine. It's fine. It's laggy. They're all rail ships. There's been a lot of name weirdness.
Well, name weirdness.
Volley eaten up by the front armor of the neutron star. Did want to comment on the neutron star a little bit. That design seems to be a little bit difficult to maneuver because the rails are essentially facing backwards, so the
Yes,
entire
I
ship
mentioned
needs
that
to swing around.
this must be piloted exactly the same way Juno's nuke orbiter is piloted, in which that you have to rotate your ship at the right time to hit them, right? And it's a high risk, high reward. Well, that's not. It's much lower risk than on a nuke orbiter because you can have longer barrels without blowing up your own shots.
Seems tricky. Oh, meanwhile, on the top side of the map, Amistad lost a couple of rails, an entire reactor's worth, in fact.
Yes, his So he's asking what happened. B-Log got close enough that his rails were able to penetrate through their PD screen. Also, when you TB an opponent, the PDs actually miss more for some reason. This is in my experience, this is what happens. And now MSFAT has lost main propulsion.
Amistad lost everything, no control room,
He
all
still
of his
has
shots
his
penetrated
rails on the
straight through.
bottom, so if he gets TB'd enough, and yep, he's now firing automatic shot.
Oh,
Yep.
that
So
zombie
by
shot took out
pushing
it.
B-Log, by pushing Amistad, killed himself with Amistad's corpse.
What a play.
I was trying to say that as you were saying he lost everything. No, he still has one cell and he has a chance to kill V-Log.
Another caster curse. I'm sorry, Bilog. I cursed you.
Well, V-Log still has he went with a double control room design, which I personally don't like. But in this case, it's superior because his ship is still alive.
And redundancy, redundancy.
There should
It
always
saved
be
your
at
life.
least 2 control rooms on any given ship, if it's like above
ah,
1 mil, in my opinion.
I mean,
Yeah.
so on a lot of ships, yeah, but uh, some ships, like if your armor is breached, you're just dead. You know what I mean? Like if your shell if your defense is breached, you're just dead.
That's
So
more of a
Juno has lost half his rail traps and is now down to one rail trap fighting the entire ship from Ink.
few thrusters
Look,
just lost on the neutron star, but nothing critical. Also, just wanted to comment that I think the idea that if your armor is penetrated, it's game over is more of a consequence of the current fashion, right? So if
team
you're able to
design.
design if you're able to design your ship with redundancy, with internal durability, then you don't just instantly lose as soon as your external armor is penetrated.
I mean, it depends. You can be if you're building a tanky ship, that's redundancy is perfectly viable. But like uh, where are we?
Juno lost just one rail. He was pointed straight at the incoming rail shots from the Azure Charger, so Bilog was able to get some good damage in, but the large reactor on this small rail trap is still untouched.
That's generally why you want shields on rail fans, is because they can protect after the armor's gone, and they prevent lucky shots like that. Like, you have to be a lot luckier and have multiple rails go down the same barrel to have such
Yeah,
The
lucky
problem
shots.
with shields is that they're pretty expensive for the amount of durability they offer. So if you're going with a mass short rail build, the amount of shields you need to protect your all these gaps is becomes extremely expensive, right?
Yeah,
Like,
it's not
and one
feasible.
layer of shields, yeah,
It's
This is
definitely
why
not.
Quiximo, the previous champion. Okay, go on, Cyrus.
It's not feasible to have shields on rail traps because they're already pretty overcosted for everything, given that they're designed to split, and that alone is enough to usually make rails shields for your rails not feasible.
I mean, I've seen shielded rail traps by GOG because he's a shield fanatic, but they have less performance than a non-shielded rail trap.
Yeah.
And as a rail trap, your primary objective is to flank the opponent, right, with one of your traps and blow up their soft spot. So having more durability, doesn't only it only helps in a rail versus rail matchup, and is just kind of wasted money into other matchups.
Yeah.
Um,
Agreed.
All right,
I'll
Ink is
you know what then? I'll just die on my hill of having slow durable ships and never win another tournament. I'm okay
all
with
right,
that.
no problem.
I'm okay with that.
Ink is rotating to present his broadside. Juno is trying to desperately to present his corner, but the TB is interfering with his rotation. He's about to die.
Oof.
Congratulations to Vlog and Ink. Yeah, it was really close. Amistad's Amistad's corpse killed killed half of Vlog's ship.
Yeah, Billog's in rough shape. Once again, the neutron star proving to be surprisingly durable.
Yeah, it's very fragile to attrition damage, but because it's using so many short rails, it has some redundancy built in no matter what, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, redundancy isn't so bad.
Ah, this is gonna suck. Okay.
It'll be
There's
fine. It's gonna be
the two of
great.
you against Gaxian and Sekui.
So ZQ, in my opinion, well, let's see how this works out. But I think ZQ is one of the strongest players here.
I probably agree that they're probably the strongest seed, as it were. I don't
Huh.
know about Gaxian's skill.
ZQ is the strongest player, one of the strongest players here. But I think we can do it. Uh, I think we can do this. Let's see, what is he doing? Sync looks like a +5 architecture, fast forwards only. Gaxian,
Hey lads, mute
PD, Ion,
yourselves.
Saris. Okay, I think we can just do it yeah, let me use some ancient ship. An ancient ship. I think we got this. All right, I have to mute myself.
I thought it was an interesting comment that Sekui is probably the strongest player here. I hope I'm pronouncing the name correctly. It seems to me that there's been a fair number of players throughout the history of the game who have popped up and then seem to have had a meteoric rise, where they just rose to dominate the tournament scene. I always thought it was very impressive, very
I
admirable.
mean, uh, it's not like he's a god compared to like Nord or or Vilda, but uh, it's more if he's one of the strongest players still up. Juno slash Yare slash whatever. It's
Yeah,
also an extremely strong player, but
yeah.
Zakui's pretty close. Like, he's not at that level, but I'd say he's by far the closest, and it's really not that far.
I don't know. Like when I
Well, it
face
was
Nord, even when I'm winning a winning record, I feel like I'm sweating, right? But when I beat ZQE, it's like, okay, he made a mistake in his design, and and I took advantage of it. Like it's different. It doesn't feel like I'm busting my butt. let's stop. I guess this could be construed as trash talk, so I guess we
Mute. Mute yourself. Do it.
And lock in the ships. All right, everyone's ready to go. Okay, so over on the left side of the map, we have the sink from Zakui. We definitely see a lot of TBs on this one, a total of 8, and only 6 rails. Gonna have to make those rails count, especially since you have very little side armor and back armor, but a good number of PDs, not nearly as much as the other designs we've seen so far in this tournament, but enough to protect from some missiles. And speaking of no armor, oh my goodness, New Age of Power, you are a bold one. So definitely he's going to be relying on speed in order to kite this one out and not take any damage from the missiles from Gaxian or, well, in order to get turned around from the tractor beams from Zakui. On the other side, we have Saris, who's just going straight in there, bumping straight into the Mindcracker with Gaxian. Going to try his best to, well, not really sure what the purpose of this play is, honestly, because if he can't keep his distance, then the point defense can't do, it can't have maximum effect, at least from what I can see. A lot of those shots can be arcing around to the side if he's not careful, or he can take rail shots, oh, never mind, from Zakui. While I was watching that fight on the bot side, it seems that Zakui possibly overturned, or rails were able to penetrate straight through the PD ranks on the front and take out that large reactor, which doesn't actually have all that much armor in front of it. Yep, New Age of Power is able to easily keep his distance with that lightweight, high thruster design, a classic kiter setup. And meanwhile, on the bot side, Gaxian and Saris. Saris is going, oh, I just see that health bar at the top just jumped right down. What happened? Yep, Zakui has been eliminated. No more control rooms. And it will not take long for New Age of Power to get down to the bot side to reinforce his teammate. But yeah, Saris has been taking some chip damage from the missiles, but not necessarily as much as I would have thought. Those PD-1 mast are pretty strong. Suppose that was the strategy the whole time, pinning Gaxian on the nose of the Stigil so that he cannot move over to reinforce Zakui, his teammate. That rail volley punching straight through the armor, taking out half of Gaxian's thrusters. Maybe a bit less than half, a third. But Gaxian is now going to be moving after the Flamberge, or Flamberge, whatever. Sorry. And, unable to catch him. Yep, that'll be the end of this first match. Those long rails are extremely potent, able to punch through right through the weak points in the armor and hit those heavy reactors. Those large reactors seem to be poorly defended on this side of Zakui and Gaxian, so will they switch things up? Bippity boppity. Hmm. Family friendly. Well, possibly. It would seem that ZQE and New Age of Power are dancing around each other a tiny bit here in the ship select screen. They keep on switching back and forth, possibly responding to each other. But it looks like that ZQE and Gaxian have possibly settled on duplicate mindcrackers for this last match. Well, last match. Let's not be presumptive. If they're able to turn it around and beat New Age of Power and Ceres here, it will go to a third round. All right, so the now classic Mindcrackers, very heavy armor on the front that will try to bomb the opponents with the missiles. And over on the right side, we see the good old Stigil, reliable, durable, and the Cantabrian. I don't think that was used yet in this tournament, first that I've seen it. I believe what New Age would say a long configuration or a deep configuration for a missile orbiter instead of a wide configuration. It'll be interesting for me to see how those structure hooks end up being used to possibly mess with the orientation for the Mindcrackers. First volley of missiles away. New Age of Power taking a significant amount of damage right there in the very first few seconds. Looks like roughly half of his launchers have been lost, so he is going to be down quite a bit of damage. Meanwhile, Ceres seems to be struggling to get into range. The first volley of missiles are being released from the Stidl right now, but both Mindcrackers have gotten very, very strong salvos off on the Cantabrian. Yep, New Age of Power has lost almost all of his damage. He's only got three functioning launchers. Well, I mean, four if you count that mine launcher over on the side. However, I believe it's going to be possibly quite difficult for ZQE and Galaxian to punch through the PD wall on the Stigil unless one of them is going to be able to flank Ceres. Ceres has already lost a significant number of point defense on his left side there, and more missiles are just pouring in. New Age of Power has managed to get his structure hooks around the hull of the Mindcracker on Zikui, which is causing him to spin around, possibly into a very unfavorable position. But meanwhile, Gaxian has gotten into the backside of the Stigil on Ceres. That structure net on the Stigil is keeping Gaxian out of getting really deep into the mouth of Ceres' ship, but it is not enough. That reactor has been taken out on the Stigil. I don't think Ceres is going to be long for this world. GG methinks Saris says I'm going to have to agree. And there's the forfeit. We are going into round 3. Cantabrian bad, says Saris. I don't know, man. It came down to a piloting error in the opening minute, I would say. The Cantabrian seems to me, with that extremely deep frontal armor, it's very well suited to going up against rail fans. Think your mind crackers cracked my teammate's mind. I wouldn't count New Age of Power out yet. If all participants could please ready up. All right, once again, we have a pair of mind crackers over on the left side, and over on the right side, the classic Sigil from Saris and this unarmored railkiter from New Age of Power. With that extremely thick bulb of armor in the front center of the mind crackers, it will possibly be difficult for those railguns to punch through in a quick amount of time. However, significant damage has been done already, maybe making me eat my words. Interesting. We're going to have to see how long the Sigil can last, just like last time, because the Flamberge is not going to be distracting these two at all. Gaxian is in a very tricky position because he wants to stay in range of the Sigil and keep putting fire into the missile modules, just like it's doing right now on Saris. However, if it turns away from the Flamberge, it's going to take very, very heavy damage from those railguns. All right, the Mind Crackers are going to bump into each other right here. Possible difficulty for coordinating between the two of them, Zikui and Gaxian need to decide who to chase, and the answer probably is not the Flamberge. Checking up on the Sigil, it has taken some damage already to its right wing of point defense, but its left wing is still looking pretty alright. Another volley coming out from the Flamberge, New Age of Power. It didn't punch too deeply into the side armor of Zikui, but it can't take too many more of those. This has ended up being a very useful configuration for this next engagement. Zikiui's fresh armor bulb on the front can take quite a few more hits from New Age of Power, and the pair of Mindcrackers are going to be making another pass on the Sigil here. A lot of those missiles are coming through. They're overwhelming the point defense. Will it be enough to penetrate and take this large reactor? Yes, it will. Okay, the Sigil has been split in half, and the Flamberge was not able to put out enough damage onto Zikui. All right, so now we are in what has become a classic situation here in this tournament. We have a single ship that is much faster than the other two, but can it last long enough? New Age is going to be able to exercise the much vaunted virtue of speed here. Probably will be able to outrun a significant number of these missiles. Caster's Curse, he's lost a rail. Another volley there, bouncing off the frontal armor of Gaxian. And here at the edge of the Ring of Death, New Age of Power is going to run out of room to maneuver. The design of the Flamberge seems to be particularly restrictive here. It'll be hard for him to keep his guns and his armor facing towards danger, but also to flip around and move back inside the Ring of Death. Gaxian is content to wait at the edge of the ring where the damage is minimal, but Zikui has decided to chase New Age out into the Death Zone. New Age of Power's ship has been significantly softened already by the damage and is only going to start accelerating, and those missiles are coming in thick. There it goes, the chain reaction. All right. Congratulations to Gaxian and ZQ. They will be moving on to face INC and Bilog in the finals.
All right.
Well done, gentlemen.
So, yeah, I think upon thinking further about it, we should have used the egg. So that once they try to once they chase me, you can shoot them in the back.
I don't necessarily agree, given that how well they were avoiding your rails, and you had a
Well,
faster
they were
ship
able to
than Egg.
present their front to me, but as long as you're staying in the same spot and I'm pulling them between us, right? Like there's they can't. They were exposed to your missiles a lot, but the missiles burst isn't that high, so you weren't punching through their rear.
Consider also that the same situation, you were faster than them. They decided to not focus on you, they focused on the slower target, which was Ceres. And there was not enough that you could do to capitalize. Maybe you
Well,
taking a
we
heavier
would both
damage
be.
ship
So
could
if they
have.
don't chase me hard, all right, I can stay in range of one of them, whoever Cyrus is shooting at, and we'd be shooting twice as much damage at someone's front armor.
Oh, well, that's basically what you were doing. He was
Yeah,
being the anchor, he was being the distraction.
yeah, but he was not able to capitalize on flanking them. Like ZQ and Cyrus had their butts exposed. I mean ZQ and Gax had their butts exposed to Cyrus, and but the missiles were not able to punch through.
We
I
could probably
am
have an
going
after
to
tournament fight, but
okay.
I think it's fine to have them win. I mean,
I'm not saying they didn't win; they won. We didn't. I think we didn't carry out our pre tournament plans. That's what I'm saying.
well, I thought PD was good enough, but apparently it needs a buff.
No, it's good enough on a 1-on-1, but you're fighting a 2-on-1. Yeah. So it
Oh,
was
it
it was a
it
mistake.
needs a buff. Totes, totes, 100%,
It's fine.
100%.
They also have a very launcher heavy build. They're going with 30 each, I think, and the amount of PDs you have do not stop 60 launchers.
I had like 54 on each side, though. No, 54
Yeah, probably
total.
need shields because you were getting grinded down actually.
Um, no, I joined at the last second because New Age Power didn't have a partner. I guess I could paint a ship for myself, but I'm already doing it, so
Yeah, well,
I'll probably donate my reward, I guess, since that's how it works to Piraeus,
yeah.
or maybe my partner. But we didn't win, so no ship painting.
I'm back.
Zakili, why aren't you using a Mindcracker again? I thought it was so good.
Different ships have different strengths and weaknesses. So against missiles, I like his TV rail better because the PDs will stop the missiles.
It's also possible that ZQ is just really likes the sync. Maybe it's his favorite ship. Wants to use it. Wants to see it do well. That kind of thing.
Okay, final round-ish.
Okay, so we have a pair of epicenters of corruption over on the right side of the arena. We've seen this ship before, it's very effective. Mindcracker and the Sink over on the left side of the arena. Let's see how they do. This is going to be an interesting match for Gaxian specifically because we have a pair of PD flanks on both ships that he's going to have to worry about, possibly nullifying all of his damage.
So Ink and Vlog have split up their distance and no longer within support range of each other.
Meanwhile, ZQ and Gaxian actually bumped into each other a little bit.
Yeah. Too close, bad. Too far, also bad. So his
Wow,
20 PD were able to stop 3 rails, since ZQ did only a partial fan.
well, one of the shields managed to take a hit.
Yeah, the shield stopped 1 leaker.
We will see if those rails are able to touch him again, if those TBs are able to connect and start messing with Bilog's maneuvering.
So because of the sharp angle and the fact he's only has 20 launcher, 20 PD, now 19 per side, rail shots were able to leak through and destroy one of the PD.
Daxian is actually in a pretty bad position right here. He's going to be taking a bunch of missiles to his backside unless he can spin all the way around.
Luckily, his huge thrusters are fully ramped and he's already spinning.
Never mind, it looks like those missiles were targeted specifically at the Sink. They've sailed right past the Mindcracker. And ZQ has taken a bit of damage, but nothing catastrophic.
Yeah, he's lost some thrust. So ZQ almost has a flank shot on Vlog. We'll see if he's still in range. He
Nope, he volleyed
Let's see if what
instead.
he's targeting. As I said before, target factories when they're exposed, and now he's dealt a massive amount of launchers out of
Yep.
Vlog's firepower.
Unfortunately, that
Unfortunately,
spin maneuver, yep,
he's
it
unable
looked
to present his PDs to the missile stream, and he might die right now.
it does look like that spin he did was a little overzealous, and
I
he
mean,
wasn't able to get.
he had to
Yeah,
hold down the turning key to get that flank shot on Vlog.
to get the speed that he needed. Yeah, unfortunately, due to the lack of armor, it's very tricky for him to present a good side against both of these ships.
Uh, he's taking a lot of damage.
There's an exposed large reactor on the Sink. ZQ is in a very tough position right here.
Unfortunately, he's out of thrust, so I don't know if he's able to. His TV will actually allow him to manipulate ink.
There's one large reactor gone, and the Sink is going to be mostly crippled after this. There's the other large reactor. I think that's going to put ZQ out of commission for this match. So it's going to be
Now,
down to Gaxian and the Mindcracker.
unfortunately, though he has a very large amount of launchers, this will not penetrate this sheer number of flak that both sides. I mean, PD that between these two guys.
Yeah, the advantage is still firmly in the favor of Bilog and INC, and it's not just because it's a 2v1.
Even if it was a 1v1, I would prefer B-Log and INC.
Jackson the Mindcracker sounds like a band.
So he's eating a solid missile stream to his rear. He's lost a few launchers already. He's lost 4, 5. Luckily, Sync's dead corpse is absorbing a huge amount of missiles, which might have killed Gex.
I kind of expected a lot more diversity in ship design in the tournament. It seems like everybody just has missiles in um this kind of
They're the
shape.
easiest to pilot high tier ship archetype because of their orbital thrust. That like normally with rail orbiters or iron orbiters, you have to control your facing, but with missile orbiters, you just have to try to survive. All you have to do is focus on living.
And you can add as much armor as you want, everywhere you want.
Except the rear.
There's an explosion.
Yeah, what did we end up seeing? We saw missile orbiters, and we saw rail fans. Some
Deep
had
orbiters.
TB, some did not. And the only diversity came from Luke bringing his walls.
I mean, walls are just harder to pilot. Most of the players here cannot pilot orbital walls very well.
Mm. It'd just be
X
nice
is
to see
slowly
more.
being ground down. He's now down to 19 launchers. Correction, 14.
It'd just be nice to see more archetypes.
I mean, I wrote a medalist. I think they're all viable. There's not some are just harder to pilot.
Hmm.
First
Be
round
the change
goes
that you
to
want to see. Learn to pilot orbital walls. Piraeus. Be the change you want to see.
Oh, I think we all know what I would end up building. It's just going to be missile barges all the way down.
So missile barges are just not favored because a fast ship can dodge at least half the missiles launched from a missile barge. And missile barge will not dodge any missiles from
Very true.
and then you could be rammed on the side and half your launchers get blocked, you know,
It's true.
by their thickest armor.
Yeah, it's just the type of ship that I like to build and pilot.
I'm excited to see what Bellow Forte is.
Yeah, I saw Gaxian hovering that, I think, in his very first match.
For a while. Kind of surprised that they didn't go with 2 Mindcrackers against the Bilog ships. But I guess it's not 2 of them anymore. Just the one.
Cosmoteer is just a game after all. It doesn't even have a ranked ladder. Rather than winning at all costs, it can be more fun to just play a ship to see how it does.
Well, not in a tournament.
Hmm,
Tournaments are the exception to that.
possibly.
There we go, 2 Mindcrackers. Let's see how it goes. See if we'll get the just completely same heavy missile orbiter wall thing, whatever.
So here in the lobby, excuse me, we had Gaxian hovering the Belafort and INC hovering the State of Mind, but we've switched back to a pair of Mindcrackers and a pair of Epicenters. Okay, so it turns out that ZQ and Gaxian have multiple different ships that are called the Mindcracker.
Yeah, it's a great
Okay.
way to mind game. I like it. It's a great.
What a, it is very fitting.
Seems legit.
I'm down for it. And meanwhile, INC switched back to the State of Mind. Ready up, everyone. Stop flickering.
It's fine. It's potentially the final match.
Just as intended.
All right,
Oh,
turns out,
they both picked pure missile orbiters against PD missile. I
yeah,
think we know how this is gonna work out.
yeah,
Well,
they
I
both,
mean, someone could fly into the rod or get separated from the other and let
there could be a piloting error, yes, but the advantage is going to be in the favor of the PD walls.
PD missile orbiters. They're not walls.
PD missile orbiters, my bad.
I mean, they're technically walls. They're very wall shaped.
Yeah, they are.
Both teams, in the end, they ended up playing it safe. They have their most effective ship that they've used this tournament, and they just doubled it up.
Oh, no, I don't have to be out of their range. I mean, I don't have to be out of your range.
Address it later.
Like,
There's a
they
match.
can't.
There's the finale. Finale. It's the finale. Pay attention to it. Who do we think's gonna win?
I mean, it's moving at like half an FPS, so I'm gonna get like a sandwich, and then the game still probably going on.
I guess the casters are leaving. This is
Yeah,
unfortunate.
I'm saying that it's fine to be missile orbiter duels are generally the slowest matchup because both sides are dodging like half of each other's shots. So like I don't think it's a
And then have the heaviest frontal armor,
5,
so it
6,
takes
7, 8, 9,
the
10.
most shots to kill them.
Yeah, so ZQ, these missile orbiters have like 14, 15 solid armor on the front. Over their reactor CR clusters. And these PD builds are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So without the PDs, the mind flayers would probably win. But since there are PDs, doesn't apply.
The Mind Flayers.
Yeah.
Mhm.
However, it's still gonna take forever for a decisive damage to be dealt, unless someone makes a big mistake.
Why don't we just declare everyone that used a missile orbiter the loser?
Wow,
Seems
wow,
faster.
Cyrus,
Seems faster.
wow.
Yeah, even though they're using my favorite missiles, my favorite weapon system, it is kind of business as usual as far as tournaments go, where there is a best archetype, and that's what everyone uses.
I mean, there's a hard counter to this archetype, just that people didn't use it. You know, Jun Yare, he didn't use his orbital wall. And ZQ Gax. I know Gax has a PD Ion build that slaps these slaps missiles.
It's a literal skill issue, my dude.
It's a skill issue.
Yes,
I think
piloting
he's
some of
making
these
a joke.
counters that Naop is talking about takes a tremendous amount of skill, such that it's not viable to try and make them work.
Hmm.
Thus, skill issue.
PD Ion is brainless, but I don't know why he didn't bring it. You know.
Because if you're winning, you gotta do it with style. It's not just about winning.
So the amount of missiles coming out of ZQ's Mindcracker is actually so severe that the PD flank on INC's
Yeah,
epicenter actually
he
ran out of
turned into a
power.
full missile stream.
Yeah,
He
they
turned, which so PDs don't function at all angles, right? And at very steep angles, you can leak through them. He also only has 20 per side, which will not stop 60 missiles. Will
not
not
to
stop 60
mention
launchers.
not to mention constant pressure.
Yeah.
So yeah, it looks like INC is going to be going down here. It's going to be up to Billog, and as we've
Oh,
unless
we predicted unless there was a piloting error, and what happened?
the caster's curse, the caster's
Yeah.
curse.
Yeah, it
All
happened.
right, so unless Billog can pull off a brilliant maneuver of his own, in which case he deserves the victory, then it's going to go to a third round.
I'm not confident that like he can survive 60 constant launchers at once, though.
He stays at the edge and dodges most of them.
Yeah, I somehow think that's unrealistic.
So a few missiles have been taken off of ZQ's Mindcracker.
Only like 3 though. Maybe 4.
I
Yeah,
don't think he has enough resupply crew. His PD downtime is very long. Yeah, leakers are beginning to happen.
well, that whole system right there with PDs and shields, it's extremely energy hungry. You need a lot of crew to keep that up all the time.
Yeah, supply crew is
Supply crew is pretty good. Quite a bit of stuttering and lagging happening here in the match. It's possible that we're about to lose Billog.
oh, Vlog has got a good angle on the missile stream. He was digging through the armor pretty quickly earlier. And again, he's taking almost no damage due to his PD and shields. DQ is not thrusting at all. He's just apparently sitting there dead in the water. B-Log is slowing down. A big missile stream is about to impact his ship. He's lost some PDs already.
Moving is overrated.
Luckily, a piece of ink stops some of that damage.
That's what I've been saying all this time, Saris.
These corpses are pretty useful. They bought time for the PDs to reload and the shields to come back online. B-Log's frontal armor, already thinner, is beginning to get punched through. There's already holes appearing in the armor face.
Gaxian is dangerously close to losing his thruster reactor.
His main reactor.
And his one
Without, he
control
loses
room.
control room too. Yeah.
There we go. He turned
Oh,
out
there's
of it.
only one control room. Oh, that's so dangerous. Always have, as many as you can justify, really, as many as you can fit.
For missile orbiters, one is actually justifiable because look, his reactors are in line with each other. If it gets punched through, both of them are going to go up. So there's no point to, you know what I mean, to putting like extra control rooms. You don't have the you won't have a reactor anymore.
That's actually kind of an advantage of the epicenter ships, is that they can actually function with half of the ship gone. Whereas these mindcrackers are
would-
singularly built. They're a lot more solid and unable to adapt
But
in
that
terms
allows
of
them to
that.
have a lot thicker armor over the critical face, the critical component. You see, B-Log's already lost half of his, like his armor is just thinner on this. While over the critical components, ZQ and Gax have a lot more armor, like about 40% more, which is gigantic when dealing with railfans. They haven't, which is a huge advantage when dealing with railfans with that 14 layers versus 10.
Yeah, that's
Fair
probably
enough.
one or two extra volleys right there.
It's definitely a trade-off, regardless of which way you go with.
Yeah.
So B-Log has lost about half of his thrust right there, but his missiles are going to start slowing down soon. Most of his power storages, half of his power storages, not most, are empty.
All the power storage on the side that was being fed from the dead reactor are empty, and the factory's about to run out of power. I mean, even if they don't, the incoming missile stream might do something about the factories.
Yes.
Yep, those factories are going dead. So
And I used to
good
think
try, B-Log.
that fast wall dances were slow. At least they ended quickly once they ended.
Once they actually connected, yeah. That's actually exactly what I was thinking of when I commented earlier about one archetype being deemed the best, and so nothing else was used. The wall dances from yonder.
I mean, I guess I should have spent a couple hours building PD ion instead of.
A lot of the missiles from the Mindcracker are actually turning around to shoot at the old corpse from INC's ship, which is
B-Log's taking a lot of rear damage. I think he has 6 launchers actually working that not connected to dead factories.
a lot of those missiles were spread out over the wide area of the entire rear, so he didn't lose anything immediately, but a lot of fires have been started. Probably
Yeah,
this will not be much longer.
So I like Gax's piloting trick. He's using Velux corpse to protect the hole in his armor above his damaged reactor and control room.
A
Very
very good
clever.
move because one or two missiles would be enough to take Gaxian out of the fight here. And now that
I mean, they're still
ZQ's
sparring around. They're both using 2-4 missile architecture, which leaves a very unprotected missile base. They're both using 2 wide launch tubes, so they're not. A few hits will leak through, and yep, there we go. There we go.
that'll take us to round 3,
Velug
right?
has no more active launchers. He only has dead launchers connected to dead factories. And there's game. All right, so we are 1-1. ZQ, Gax versus Ink.
Now this is exciting.
So very
I'm sorry,
exciting.
that was the most boring fight we've seen. Missile orbiter fights.
Oh, maybe not exciting to watch, but exciting that it's gone to 1-1 and it
Oh
wasn't
yeah,
a
that's
stomp.
true.
It's better than a PD wall versus a missile orbiter, at least.
Yeah.
I
Watch
thought
as
you were
they
about to
sit
say
in
a
front
PD
of
wall
each
versus
other.
a PD wall. All right, to all participants, select your final ships.
This is the match point.
Everyone take cannon walls. Do it.
Neon Ultimatum. I like the name.
A new ship. Let's do it.
I'm questioning the design. It looks like a missile orbiter of some kind, but the front face is so thin.
Show us new ships.
Neon Ultimatum. Um, and yeah. Ready up, Piraeus.
Oh, whoops. I have readied up now.
I
I
mean,
mean,
since they're picking missiles, that's actually better, I think, than armor. Uh, so I don't think that's a risk, Vlog. That's just an even better counter. All right, Cyrus, they're ready. Press start. Cyrus? Sars?
Saurus? Are you gonna Saurus
Sars?
me?
Cyrus?
It'd be
there's
funny
no
if
better time to do something drastic than the match point of the entire tournament.
it's the best time to do something drastic.
Universe point. Let's go.
Next
All right,
tournament,
let's take
maybe
a look
you
at
should
this
guys
neon
should.
ultimatum. It's a PD wall.
You got your
Incredible.
wish, Nop.
It's
I
a
got
PD missile orbiter with no armor.
now
Almost no
potato
armor.
potato.
Yeah, it's an ultralight version of a missile orbiter.
Yep, the classic.
Yeah, it's got 80 PD on the front face. I'm not sure 8 on the sides are worth it. In my experience, less than 12 does nothing against modern missile orbiters. Yeah, he's got 10 rear too. Well, he just has to stay in range of Ink, and Ink can handle the leakers.
Either the PD is
As
gonna
I
be
say that,
really
they're
good.
flying. As I say that, they're flying apart, while Gax and ZQ are preparing to gang up on Piggy.
Either the point
So,
defense is gonna be really good for Bilog, or it's gonna get snapped in half.
Yeah, that's generally the case. I don't know
so
if he has
earlier
enough
you
supply crew.
commented that these configurations of launchers and factories, there's the 6.2 and the 6.4 configuration.
uh 2 factory, six launcher, but
Right.
usually the 2 factory 6 launcher is boosted with an ammo factory, bring each factory to 50% extra bonus. Currently these are not using boosts, so their sustain is going to be horrific.
Okay,
On the other
just
hand,
making sure that I understood.
he is pretty fast because he is ultralight, only 1600 tons, so he might be able to dive into range, refuel his launchers, dive out.
He's only going
We'll
like
see.
10 meters faster, which I don't think is enough to successfully
Well, he's turning
outmaneuver
a lot,
both of them.
he's turning a lot, which is bleeding off a lot of his speed. All right, so we're in the same situation where these two are doing a 2v1.
Well, see, that's what the issue is. Is like the fast ship gets picked off, and then the slow ship gets picked off.
I mean, they can choose to stay in range of each other.
Nope. Billog did the smart move right there, just full burn ahead to try and outrun
Yeah.
the missiles and not get caught between the mindcrackers. That was a good play. Meanwhile, INC is trying to intercept. You got that on camera?
Pretty-
Unfortunately, he's about to get hit by a massive missile stream. Oh, his front PDs are firing. My FPS is crashing. Never mind. Front missile stream deleted.
When all the fans on your computer turn on.
If the stream ends, it's probably because something caught fire, so don't worry about it. It's fine.
Oh, missiles are beginning to leak through. He presented his weak 8 PD side. Now 7.
He's running out of power, like, everywhere, too.
Yeah, he doesn't have enough supply crew.
This
The
is not a ship that is designed to last in a fight of attrition, but unfortunately, because it's an orbiter, he doesn't have any thrust direction except forward, so he can't back out.
I think he just needs more speed.
Certainly a
Like you
very
saw his
risky ship.
flyby against the missile stream. He could just keep doing that, doing flybys in and out of range.
Yes.
Or do you need retro thrust? Just fly faster.
All right, it looks like INC has started to connect with Gaxi and they're firing missile volleys at each other.
So this is the power of PD. Half the PD shots that miss are statistically likely to hit something else in the one of the incoming missiles. This is the power of mass PD, and this is why PD actually works against railguns. Of course, that's only his front face that's extremely strong. Hits are occurring on the side.
Billog needs to be burning right now or else he's about to get rammed by ZQ. This is not going to be a very favorable position for him.
if he gets rammed, it's over.
He's taking rear hits. Launchers are getting damaged but not destroyed.
INC is taking a huge amount of damage.
Yeah, INC mispiloted and took a huge stream to the rear. Like me with a Cantabrian. Take a rear.
It seems like there isn't nearly enough power to properly supply Neon Ultimatum for sustained combat, and he also
No, the
can't
reactors are still
disengage.
full. He just doesn't have enough supply crew to bring the power from the reactor to the systems. Like his reactors haven't flickered at all during this fight. They're full. They're full in power.
Gaxian and Billog just collided. I think Billog being pinned here is going to take away his main advantage, which is his maneuverability.
You mean his PD?
The PD is fine, but the maneuverability is what enables him to turn that PD in the direction it needs to go. Right now, Billog is about to take a bunch of missiles in the rear.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to call it in favor of yep, in favor of team ZQ Gax.
Unfortunately, Billog had to take most of that engagement by himself. INC's ship was too slow to reach the
Ouch.
fight.
Oof.
Yep. So does anyone in this meta ever try to use EMP missiles?
Yeah, they're
Um,
fine, especially when paired with railguns. The thing is though, they're less effective against large ships, 1.5 mil ships, than like they're insanely overpowered in dom sized games where everyone's using 100k ships. Right, a single EMP will just knock out the dom sized ship for 30 seconds, sometimes more. You
Yeah.
know, but they're especially against these. Look at the mind flayer. I mean, look at the mind cracker. Look how much armor it has on like every face. A PD hitting the front or the sides does literally nothing. It does like 100 damage, right? For the cost, it's just worthless.
Of course, against the Mindcracker, it's useless, but against the other kinds of ships, these PD wall ships,
PDs
with
are actually
flanks.
extremely good at shooting down EMPs.
Hmm,
The advantage from using EMP is that it distracts the PD so that the shots don't concentrate in the way that you see they're concentrating now, and that means railguns or sometimes missiles have a chance to leak through.
hmm.
Can also just hit and disable all of the point defense, which will cause
Yeah,
problems.
if the PDs pick the HE missile to shoot at instead, then the EMP knocks out all the PD, and then
Yes.
you're free to go. You're good to go. All right, Ink's last stand with 2 launchers remaining against the 52 remaining on Team ZQ GAC.
Well, it seems that the final is coming to an end. Literally stuck between a rock and another rock.
Yeah, the
Not safe for
casting
work.
has been.
Do not
The,
censor, please. We
oh,
cannot show
don't
this on
don't take it that way.
TV.
Yeah,
Gotta
the
censor
casting
the
has been
screen.
pretty. Quiet here for the past couple minutes because there really isn't all that much to say. With only a
Yeah,
couple
it's
launchers,
Missile
there's
Orbiter
barely
duels.
anything.
They're the most. They're the worst. They're the most boring matchup.
Yup, Ink is losing. We'll come back in 5 minutes.
No, I'd, I would say that
All right, there's literally nothing but PD left. Let's see if they stay in the game. He's
It
gonna
just
use his PD
crashes.
machine guns to chew through 14 armor.
Ta-da!
And that concludes the 2021 December tournament.
Thank you, Saris, for hosting. Congratulations once again to ZQ and Gaxian, the champions of our tournament.
It was very well played by everybody.
I humbly request that Caxine and Zakui stay behind. Just for a grudge
one
match.
last Masters match.
Second is pretty cool.
Match.
For yeah, it's for grudges at the end. I don't know. There's usually like a match at the end of the tournament. Alright, let's get these two out of here. Alright, genius. We'll go with the thing you think will work. We'll do it.
I mean, the best solution would be to use PD iron walls. But
Okay, well the second
we
best
will.
one.
Yeah, this is what we can do with our available ships.
All right, were you going to do this as a best of one or as a best of three?
Best of one. We're not gonna.
Best of, yeah, it's just like the final match. I just want to
Alright.
prove
I'm
now
just
that
pretty tired.
it won't work.
Yes, the tournament is now over. This is a for fun game. TM.
Yes.
Hot pink lead smooth brain variant.
There's a different version that has like nets designed to catch nukes. But we never
I've been
faced nukes.
traumatized by nuke bombers.
It's not bombers that we're afraid of, but more nuke orbiters.
Oh, orbiters, ultralights, kiters.
Oh, oh no! I think I might be in range now.
It's
Okay, you're in range.
fine.
Look, we're almost more than halfway through ZQ's front face. All right, just shoot whoever presents their face in the back. Wow, excellent hit to the side.
Man, that's not even an overmaneuver there, Saris. You're just going around and around, but it
I
did manage
actually
to
have
punch through that
hotkeys
very thin wing armor.
bound to the spinning thrust.
Is that specifically for the hot pink lead?
Yes.
Well, most rail fans can be made into pseudo spinners.
Curious here to see if ZQ is going to try and ram you to stop your spin, and if Gaxian is going to keep trying to chase off the new age of power.
Well, that's the point of this being smooth, is that it's very difficult to
It's hard to
ram
pin down.
or pin.
Especially since the Mind Flayer doesn't have a ramming hook.
Yeah, those shots are starting to penetrate pretty deep into the Mindcracker's frontal armor there on ZQ. Yeah, ZQ is starting to turn a little bit. Pretty dangerous game ZQ's playing now. One more volley in the wrong space and he loses his ship.
I'm on a time limit though. There's no way that I can like get through all that armor before mine's gone.
Yeah, the armor on your backside is starting to look kind of thin.
Gaxian's almost dead. Look at this.
Yeah, you're about to take out his control room. Nope, Gaxian managed to turn in just enough of an angle.
I just have to pilot differently, change my own angle.
I think that if Gaxian is going to be able to reach Saris in time, then it's going to be over for
I'm
him,
faster
which
than
means that,
Gaxian, but I don't know if Saris will last long enough for me to get to support him.
yeah.
I'm
If
faster than
Saris,
Gaxian.
but if Saris goes down, then you're going to be in the same situation as your last match.
Yeah. Well, just have to pray.
Armor on the Mindcracker is probably a bit too thick.
Oh no, I didn't get there in time. Yeah, I'm in range of Gaxian now. Mispiloted.
I think I have a solution. No, I didn't rotate fast enough.
Yeah,
Or did
me
I?
too.
I saw that. You were almost able to get him.
Go, 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 go! Fire, fire, fire!
I think
Why aren't
actually.
you
Oh, I'm out
helping
of
me?
range. I'm shooting at ZQ, but I didn't. He got out of my range,
I think
and I
ZQ
lost too
and
many
Gaxian
thrusters.
actually played this very well. One of them chased you off while the other ground down Saris.
Well, they're both very thin on front armor. I
And
might be
yeah,
able
we
to do
did
this.
get through a lot of armor, but it just didn't matter. Just it's so menacing to see them move on from my corpse onto you. Like now that the bloody work is done of destroying the previous ship, it's time to remove you.
Well, now it's a bit closer than it was during the last match that you guys had.
Yeah,
There's
I
not
think
much armor guarding the control rooms, so if Gaxian and ZQ misplay here, then they'll get sniped.
I've lost a lot of my thrust advantage though, so they're not actually that much slower than me now.
Yeah, you did take some damage.
Oh, if I don't kill,
Nope, he's turning.
yeah,
Oof.
yeah, I think I'm dead.
I don't think that your shields are gonna hold up very long.
No, against that 30 missile launchers, no, there's no way. All right,
You'd have to like try and do something even faster so that you could like maneuver and get behind the ship and
those
shoot
rails
at
are
the
extremely
reactor.
heavy. Oh, I got
You
Gax.
got one ship.
I still think that if we put Saris in the Stigil and you put New Age into a heavier railfan.
The problem with the heavier railfan is that the railfan just has less DPS than missiles. Rails are just very expensive for DPS cost.
Yeah,
Like I
well,
might as well be piloting my Ion PD build rather than let something like I'd rather be if I was going to try to hard counter them that way.
congratulations again to ZQ and Gax.
Definitely well done. Like great ship too. It doesn't seem like capable of dying at
It
all.
is a bit weak on the armor on the corners, but
Di-
that's about it. That's the only weakness I see.
And even then,
ZQ
nobody
No,
and
no,
like
Gax,
went through the
dying is
corners
not in my
anyways.
vocabulary.
you were able to shoot through their corner armor and blow up their effect cluster on ZQ from the
Oh,
front,
that corner.
which
I
is
thought
kind
you
of a
meant like the top right
yeah.
and top left, not the bottom right and
No,
bottom
no,
left.
in the bottom corners. Oh, his corpse is shooting me. Oh, oh no,
He'll get the last word in.
oh no. Good game.
Well done. Thanks for joining the tournament, by the way. It was very nice having you guys.
All right, thank you for casting with us, and thank you for hosting, Saris.
Yeah, thanks for coming, everyone. Very cool. I hope to have you guys again soon. Sometime.
All right, sometime
Eventually.
6 months, maybe another year.
It gives you a lot of time to look forward to it.